you. Good evening, everyone. The board met earlier in closed session and voted unanimously to declare under Board Bylaw 9124 that due to the unique demands of the particular issues in the eminent domain dispute with PG&E, that the board should contract for temporary specialized legal services without using an RFP process. The board also voted unanimously to appoint Wendell Rosen to represent the district in this matter, subject to subsequent ratification of the district's written agreement with Wendell Rosen. We've got a couple of housekeeping issues regarding virtual meetings. If you want to comment on an item, you can go to www.pausd.org/comments and fill out a virtual comment card. And you can fill that out at any time, but you need to do so before we begin discussing the item, so we know how much time to give each person. And we won't be doing the raised hands in Zoom like we were doing last year. We'll be doing this new comment system that we've been doing for the last couple of meetings. So please do go to that webpage and fill out a card. It's www.pausd.org/comments, and that link is also in the agenda. Once you fill in a card, we'll call your name and unmute your microphone when time for comment on that item comes up. So make sure to include your Zoom name on that card so we can unmute your microphone. Some folks don't have their actual names as their Zoom name, so make sure those match the card. And finally, because we're not all together, we'll be doing roll call votes on all the items. And as the board secretary, Dr. Austin, will be doing the honors on that one. So that's our housekeeping. Our next item is approving the agenda order. Joyce Peters, our auditor, has a conflict and is not going to be able to present items 2C and 2D as their agenda. So I suggest that we pull these items and bring them back at the next meeting. I suppose I'll make a motion on that?
I move to approve the agenda with that change.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by Mr. Collins, second by Ms. DeBrienza to approve the agenda order without items 2C and 2D. Dr. Austin, would you do the honors?
Yes. Mr. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Atla?
Aye.
Ms. Vladimiric?
Aye.
Ms. DeBrienza?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Dauber?
Aye.
Mr. Draw?
Aye. All right, the motion passes. The agenda is approved. Moving on to item 2A, reports, Superintendent of Schools report.
Okay, thanks. I had 3 conversations today that formed up my comments for my quick little piece here. They are related, if you can just bear with me for just a second. So I heard from my daughter that her collegiate volleyball season was canceled. As a first-team All-American transfer, that's a big deal for her and for our family. It's something we've invested a lot in. But today they were told that they, meaning the coaching staff and the athletic department, really wants to play next year, but there's going to be some new rules. So unofficially, they'll need to move to campus housing to be eligible to play next year. That's pretty different. They may not live with anyone that has a job off campus. There are many more rules, but those alone immediately led some student athletes, some of which were seniors, to opt out. It was more than they could stomach. The rules just made it impossible for them to say that this is something they can continue with. Now, my second conversation today was with all the superintendents in our county, all of us together, virtually, by the way, and the public health department. And it was stated that the governor and the public health department really want schools to reopen, much like athletics wanted to reopen with my daughter. This is consistent with President-elect Biden's goal of reopening K-8 schools in his first 100 days. And together, we've all read and today, with our group, reviewed the governor's recent plan to reopen schools and our county public health department guidelines. And by all accounts, the plans increase barriers to reopening, especially at the secondary level. We already have a county mandate for a hard number, 6-foot spacing at the secondary schools that does not exist in many of the California counties that are already open. Many new reporting mandates were put in place, and an additional posting of safety plans was just added. Now, luckily, we're well positioned and we can handle those pieces. But lastly, there's an expectation for staff and students to participate in very routine COVID testing that we don't see as feasible due to capacity and logistics issues. There will be a shared burden for all districts. Now, I'll have an agendized and more complete report prepared for Friday. This is about as far as I want to go on that topic. But my last conversation was with a local colleague that I respect very much. And we agree 100% that schools should be open. And she suggested that we focus our efforts and advocacy on topics within our control. It was a good recentering discussion after reviewing so many documents with conflicting information. But where we want to focus our attention is that if vaccinations are made available for school employees soon, we both believe we should offer our own facilities to fully support that effort. We've already led advocacy efforts for the creation of the Group 1B to prioritize school employees, so it's consistent with that. Absent a vaccine that didn't exist a short time ago, we've addressed everything that has come our direction. This work is hard beyond words. It's not an accident that there are only 2 school districts offering in-person instruction in our entire county. Of course, we're one of them. In fact, we're the only K-12 school district open for hybrid in our county. The 3 conversations can be summarized like this. Collegiate volleyball wants to return, but the restrictions make it unattractive to the point it may not happen. Leaders in government and public health want schools open, but may have put so many conflicting restrictions and regulations in place that it may be operationally impossible at the secondary level. School leaders believe schools should be open and are committed to handling everything within our control, understanding that it may be impossible this year at the secondary level to return with the hybrid plans we had hoped to see. Later in this meeting, you'll hear about summer school thoughts as we will discuss, and we'll also discuss reopening steps for the fall in our February 2nd study session. For today, I can report both of our high schools have plans to return expanded targeted cohorts to sites on January 25th. I'm hearing somewhere in the ballpark of 6-7 cohorts per site. Right now already have students lined up. Middle schools are focusing their efforts on the potential return of 6th grade students in March, and athletic cohorts are back today. In the case of middle and high school, there's no restriction on creativity. So the current order stands that we can go up to 25% of a school site back for targeted instruction. And we've told our groups, go recruit, find things that make sense, and we'll support them. So that is my report for tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Austin. Next up, we have student board reports.
I can start. Happy New Year, everybody. In terms of what Pally has been up to so far, we have a pretty small update this time because we have only been back in school for about a week, 2 weeks right now. So we're still getting back to pace on everything. But what we have going on right now are spring semester club applications, which are open, and we will be hosting a club day in the following weeks. Sports teams are starting their practices. We are also starting committees in ASB, and we have already started planning activities for our Valentine's Week, aka Love Week. Senior grad night and picnic tickets are already on sale, courtesy of PTSA. Senior officers have also been discussing possible graduation events that can be done both online and in person, depending on the situation then. Our drama department is hosting auditions for their spring musical. Yesterday, BSU and YCS and several other Palo Alto organizations hosted an MLK panelist discussion. And actually, Thomas and I participated in an El Carmelo event last week.
A few things are going on at Gunn as well. So we celebrated Martin Luther King Day yesterday, and a few of our student organizations have been leading the effort to promote some literature and discussions about that. So our YCS club is currently sponsoring a book drive, which will be ongoing until Sunday. And SEC, in conjunction with the library, compiled a list of books and virtual service projects for students to access regarding racial equity and the works of Dr. King. Like Pally, we are also working towards our spring club fair, and the projected date for that is February 5th. So we'll have all of our clubs will have an opportunity to advertise themselves and get students involved in clubs. Our Red Cross Club is continuing on with their hygiene kit drive, and that's going on for the next few weeks as well. And I'm pretty excited about this. Our TEDx Club is getting ready to host their TEDx conference on Monday, February 8th. And there are some amazing speakers lined up. So if people are interested in joining, I'm sure you can find details for that. It will definitely be worth your time. And that's it from me.
Thank you, Ms. Atla and Mr. Lee. Illuminating as always. Let's move on from reports onto 3 open forum. Anyone wishing to address the board on non-agendized items may do so at this time. Comment cards, as I said before, can be filled out at pausd.org/comments. And of course, you're encouraged to send written comments to board@pausd.org. It looks like we have 6 speakers, so each speaker will have 3 minutes. And let's see, the first speaker is going to be Adrian Germain.
Hi there, good evening. Sorry, I'm just toggling here. My name is Adrian Germain, and I am the VP of Outreach for the Palo Alto PTA Council. Last spring, the PTA Council issued a letter of support in connection with the PAUSD resolution denouncing discrimination and supporting equity, safety, and the well-being of Black people. In the letter of support, the PTA Council called for 3 actions. The first of which was asking to create space for courageous conversations. Today, I am here to applaud the upcoming launch of the 21-Day Equity Challenge. This challenge will be a powerful opportunity to help our community develop a deeper understanding of how inequity and racism affect our lives, our community, and our students' education. As a parent representative on the working group, I've had the opportunity to see a coalition of educators from across PAUSD who've come together to help launch this effort. Teachers from elementary school, teachers from high school, librarians, technology specialists, TOSAs, counselors. I've truly been impressed by the passion and diversity of this group. Thank you for their efforts. The PTA Council will be encouraging participation across all of our school sites. I believe in the importance of modeling and engagement from leadership. At the conclusion of this challenge, I'm hopeful we will learn that there was strong participation across this executive cabinet and across our school board. For those listening, stay tuned for more in e-news. And if you want to get started now, you can go to tinyurl.com/PA Equity Challenge. Thank you and look forward to participating with many of you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Katya Marty Bai.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, my name is Katja and I have 2 kids at Pali, one in 9th and one in 11th grade. First of all, I want to thank you for the initiative to offer an open campus for a limited number of students from the 25th of January. This is a big step in the right direction, even if it's only distant learning from a classroom and not in-person instruction. This joy was quickly transformed into a big question mark on the 14th when we received the mail from the superintendent that clearly states that there will not be any option for in-person instruction for high school this semester. And we still have 4.5 months left of the school year. For me, this is not understandable for three reasons. Science shows that the shutdown of the schools for 10 months are having a big impact on children's mental health. Health authorities are clearly recommending to open schools and to follow safety guidelines on campus. Some teachers has already got the first round of vaccines, and the big mass of teachers are the next in line to receive the first dose. That means that they will at least be ready for instruction by end of March. That gives us the possibility for over 2 months of in-person instruction. From nearby districts, we have good examples on how in-person instruction can be executed in combination with distant learning for those who prefer this. So the solution is here. We do not have to invent something new and untested. It is the children's right to have an option for in-school instruction, and signs show that schools are not the place for widespread of COVID. And with teachers being vaccinated, the staff are safe. Together with many parents, I have a clear demand, and that is a plan for in-school instruction for middle and high school students this semester, and as soon as we are going into red tier. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment will be from Bryn Ewan, followed by Nishant Deshpande, followed by Chris Dunlap.
Okay. Do you guys hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Bryn Ewan, and I want to support what Katja said. I believe that we need to create a reopening committee to work collaboratively with teachers and their union, the staff and their union, parents, students, the board, and the district. I would like to work with all of these groups and have some transparency and expectations for a reopening plan. In Dr. Austin's recent email, it was such a letdown. It was as if the district was not even going to try to open for grades 7 through 12. And my belief is that just because something is hard doesn't mean you shouldn't try. The science shows that kids should be in school at this point. Masks and distancing are equivalent in safety to the vaccine. The vaccine is just a bonus. I'm especially worried about the fall. And I think that if we don't start making plans now, the fall could still be a mess. I think we need to work together to solve these problems so that everyone can be safe and have the mental wellness of the students looked after as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nishant Deshpande, followed by Chris Dunlap, followed by Karen Kimbrough.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Great. Yes, thank you to everyone who's spoken already. I think I can echo and support the things that have already been said by the previous two speakers wholeheartedly, so I won't repeat them. I wanted to make a couple of other points, which I would love to get answered. Some of the things I'm hearing, and I don't claim to know that whether they're true or not, but I would love to understand more, would be things like some sort of dependency on kids being vaccinated to have a fuller opening, if I can put it that way, maybe for the fall, etc. So that's one thing I've heard. I would love to know that that's not true. Another thing I've heard, for example, is this idea of concurrent learning, which I think, and I'll go into that a little more. There is some contract problem with, I don't know, the teachers, etc., that makes that not possible to have cameras in live classes and sort of have concurrent learning. And I would love to know if that's true or not as well. Going to sort of options for this semester as well as next academic year, I think we really do need to go to a flexible learning system. I think colleges, workplaces are moving to a flexible in-person remote system, and I think we really have to move in that direction so that we don't need to have sort of different, either choose one option or the other. We just need to be able to offer kids the ability to be in class, but then sometimes learn in the same class remotely when they're sick, when there's flu, if this pandemic continues longer than we hope it will, and so on. And I think that we should use this opportunity where the schools are closed to really try and experiment and test and get this system of concurrent learning in place, because I think it's something that we will have to use, in the future. That is the world that we are going to move to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Dunlap, followed by Karen Kimbrough.
Hello, my name is Chris Dunlap. I'm interim co-director at Dreamcatchers. First, I want to thank the PAUSD School Board and Dr. Austin for your continued direct funding of our program, your in-kind support, and our years of partnership. Second, I want to say that my ties to PAUSD go back to 1991, when I first moved to California and began third grade at Escondido, then attending Jordan, now Green, and Pali for 1 year. I am honored to continue working with the school system today in an entirely different capacity through Dreamcatchers. Dreamcatchers has maintained its core mission of one-on-one academic support for middle school students from socioeconomically disadvantaged families. As we further refine the program to respond to our students' and families' needs, we are implementing a project-based social emotional learning curriculum and have divided our classes by grade level for more targeted support in English language arts and math. Our tutors now have interactive monthly training sessions led by their most experienced peers, a group of 9 exceptional volunteers that we call our Tutor Advisory Group, or TAG. We teamed up with Children's Health Council in late November to have a discussion with parents about adolescent mental health during the pandemic. We are expanding our Friday afternoon enrichment options available to students, including financial literacy, yoga, origami, computer coding, and journalism. Our partnership with PAUSD teachers, counselors, and administrators is stronger than ever as we collaborate with one teacher from each middle school in our new math and English language arts teacher advisory boards in monthly meetings. In these meetings, we discuss how to best surmount the educational challenges of the distance learning environment. As Lloyd Lee wrote in the Palo Alto Weekly on December 18th, 2020, quote, "Those hurdles haven't stopped Dreamcatchers from innovating. The organization has created more resources for its students outside of tutoring and launched its own summer programs that encourage students to engage more with each other. We are privileged to be continuing this summer program in 2021. We are confident that our PAUSD partners will continue to work with us as our students grow academically, both in PAUSD middle schools and here at Dreamcatchers, amid the challenging circumstances of this ongoing coronavirus pandemic. We thank you for your support."
Thank you. Next, we have Karen Kimbrough, followed by Terry Baldwin, PAEA President.
Yes, good evening, and thank you very much. My name is Karen Kimbrough, and I have children in the 8th grade and the 11th grade at Green and Pali, respectively. And I want to echo some of the comments that you heard earlier. I was just really disappointed to see the email on January 14th that ruled out in-class instruction for secondary schools for the rest of the year, even if the county moves out of the purple tier. Similar to what other school districts have done, I would really urge you and request respectfully that you prepare a reopening plan that could be deployed as soon as the county moves out of purple tier. And I would hope that the board would formalize and duly approve it. I'd also urge you and respectfully request that we set up a reopening committee where perspectives from all stakeholders, be it leadership at PAUSD, staff, school reps, teachers, students, and parents, can be heard. This committee could convene weekly and report back to the broader community with frequent updates about their progress. I will say I'm really happy that teachers are going to be prioritized in the vaccination campaign to come. And I would, ask at some point we could hear how this might affect the context of school reopening. I really do think schools ought to reopen. It seems just extremely unfair to children not to have this option. If you would like to learn more, we have created a website amongst a group of parents. It is PAUSDparents.com. Please visit. You might find some useful and constructive information about school reopening plans that have happened elsewhere and are underway. And we've also recently launched a petition asking for this reopening plan. It's on that website. Thank you already to those who signed it. Please consider signing it and sharing it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Finally, we have Terry Baldwin, PAEA President.
Thank you. Happy New Year to everyone. I just wanted to say that I've been hearing from more and more elementary teachers that are in person that they are becoming uncomfortable remaining in person because of the high numbers, the lack of ICU beds, and the new strain of the virus that has come to our area. Also, I've been hearing that a lot of teachers know that their students have traveled further than 150 miles and they are not quarantining before coming back, as our county actually mandates. I believe it was a mandate that if you've traveled 150 miles, you quarantine. And teachers are also hearing that students are in multiple after school activities, not just the one extra cohort outside of their school cohort. So they're getting very nervous about all of this. We also think our numbers are a bit higher than what's reported by the way we're reporting, but I know that's later on the agenda. But we just feel like we really need to take their health into consideration. More and more is coming out. I heard on the news how an x-ray of somebody who had COVID's lungs, their lungs look worse than the worst smokers they've seen. This is a scary thing. And I know masks and social distancing, but it's hard to social distance with young kids. It's probably hard with older kids too, but with young kids, it's very hard. And I just, the vaccine's out. We're going to be getting the vaccine hopefully very soon. And so within a month and a half, if we get the vaccine very soon, our teachers should be immune and they won't have these worries. So since we have that timeline in place, they feel it's safer if we went back to full distance until they're vaccinated. So thank you.
Thank you. That concludes open forum. Let's move on to the consent calendar. These items are considered routine and will be approved in one action without discussion. If a member of the public wishes to comment on any consent item, or if a board member would like to pull an item from consent, we will consider it under action items directly after the consent calendar. We have no members of the public who wish to comment. Any board members who would like to pull an item?
I move the consent calendar as presented.
Is there a second? Okay, so moved by Mr. Collins, seconded by Ms. DeBrienza. Dr. Austin, would you do the honors, please? And such an honor it is.
Yes, it is. Ms. Atla.
Aye.
Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Ms. DeBrienza.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
Ms. Laudermeric.
Aye.
Mr. Dauber.
Aye.
Mr. Drop.
Aye. All right. Let's move on then to discussion items. We have no action items on the agenda today. We're moving directly to number 6 and 6A, 2021 to 22 draft budget assumptions.
Yes, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Chow in 1 second. I will have a recommendation that requires no action tonight, and that is that we consider, Mr. Drop, maybe during our next agenda setting, a study session on budget. It's something I would have liked to have done last year, but we were hit with the closures. And while tonight's work helps frame it up and move us in a good direction, it probably requires more time than we'll dedicate in any one sitting in a board meeting. So just something for us to consider. So Ms.
Great
Chow
idea.
is all up to you.
All right, good evening, board. Tonight's item on the budget assumptions is a draft. The document was developed last year as a tool to help communicate the budget framework and the assumptions used in the development of the district's budget for the coming year. Tonight's item is a preliminary look at our assumptions for the 21-22 budget year. What you're seeing tonight is what I'm going to refer to as the base model. The document is dynamic. It will continue to grow and change over the spring as we continue to learn more about the state, local, and federal impacts to our budget. It will go through several iterations before being brought to the board for final approval in April. The version that was included for information at the November 10th board meeting and which was presented to the Fiscal Advisory Committee on December 2nd has already been updated to reflect the district's plans for an expanded and enhanced summer program and summer of 21-22. So the budget assumptions are organized into 4 categories: the general assumptions, the fund balance or reserves, revenues, and expenditures. Now, the fund balance speaks to our beliefs and commitments around our district reserves. We have board policy stating that we'll maintain 7% of the current year's expenditures in a special reserve fund or Fund 17. This is
Ms. Chow, can I interrupt briefly? I'm sorry. There's just a technical issue. We're seeing your presentation view, and Derek is telling me that there's a setting on your end that should be changed.
Okay.
Mr. Moore, if you want to talk her through that.
Ms. Chow, in display settings drop down, there should
Yep.
be a swap displays. Yep.
Swap.
Yep.
Is that better? Okay, thank you so much.
Wait, did it take?
Okay.
There it goes.
There we go.
Okay, so is everybody seeing the slide that's titled "What are budget assumptions"?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect, great. Then we're literally on the same page. Okay, so as I mentioned, the fund balance, we have a 7% reserve based on our board policy, in addition to the 3% reserve, which is the state's reserve for economic uncertainties. That's a requirement. So our total reserve level is a minimum 10%. Now, of the 4 categories in our budget assumptions, I'm going to focus tonight on the reserve piece, since the reserve cap was a focal point of the governor's proposed budget, which was released last week. So what is the benefit of having reserves? Well, reserves provide the ability for us to be more strategic if the need to reduce expenditures occurs rather than being reactionary. Trustee Collins likes to say that reserves provide options for us. Of course, when we run out of reserves, then we run out of options. So I think having gone through the pandemic and COVID with the school closures, there's been no better illustration of the benefit of having reserves. They also provide protection for students and employees. As we saw during the school closures and the pandemic when it first hit, the district was able to be very responsive and respond quite quickly with PPE, purchase of equipment, and to work on some infrastructure upgrades using reserves. Now, we did receive CARES funding, but we didn't receive that until later in the summer. We were able to do our early response piece based on our reserves. So the need for district reserves, aside from those that are pandemic related and emergency related, typically what we see, the typical budget challenges are declining enrollment, impacts from collective bargaining, cash deferrals, which we do now have from the state, deficit spending, which we are doing in our multi-year projection, community funded or basic aid districts. The state recognizes that basic aid districts do need to have higher reserves because of the volatility of our revenue, and then carryover balances. So when you look at these 6 items, every single one of them applies to our districts. So it does speak to our district's need for having adequate reserves. Now, with the state budget, proposed budget that came out last week, I wanted to speak a bit to the reserve cap because some of you may have heard discussions around that from the governor's actual budget release or some of the other groups that distill that down and provide information. A couple years ago, when the budget was passed at the state level, legislatures invoked in the trailer bill language triggers in which a reserve cap would be imposed, and that's that reserve cap of 10% that I spoke earlier. This was thrown in at the last minute, really in the midnight hour, in order to approve the budget before legislatures were able to, leave and go home for the summer. No one really ever thought that these reserve caps would be triggered, but here we are just a few years later, and actually last year, all 4 of these triggers were met. However, there wasn't an adequate deposit into the state's rainy day fund. Kind of ironic that the state would set up conditions for a reserve for themselves while imposing a cap on a school district's having a reserve. So last year, the 4 factors were met. This year, the governor is proposing to make a deposit into that rainy day account, as well as a secondary deposit next year, which would meet that balance in the rainy day, in the state's rainy day reserve. So with the cap on district reserves, what that does is that would be effective in the 2022-23 year, because the cap on reserves would be 3%. That means that districts would not be able to have district reserves that exceed 10% of the combined assigned and unassigned general fund balances. Now, it's important to recognize the assigned and unassigned ending fund balances are what comprise the 10%. I'll speak to some options about that in a couple slides, but it was actually our friends and supporters at School Services and FCMAT, CSBA, AXA, and some of the other organizations that advocate on behalf of school districts that actually even got this up to 10%, because it was at 6% when this language first came out. Another thing that our advocates were able to do were to provide an exemption for small school districts and for basic aid districts. So technically, at this point in time, we are exempt from the reserve cap. However, a lot could change between now and 2022-23 fiscal year. So with that in mind, I believe it's always good to have a backup plan or to have some options. So looking at the compliance piece on the reserve cap, there's a couple options here. There's an option to move resources to other funds or to contribute more to restricted resources. Now, in my mind, both of these I agree that they're options, but they do seem disingenuous. There's also a waiver that a district can file with the county office for 2 consecutive years to not comply with the reserve cap. However, a requirement for that waiver is that the district has to prove that it is in financial distress. So that is actually not something that is a fit for our district either. My recommendation, should we need to use one of these options, would be to commit our resources in our ending fund balance rather than to assign them. Committing the resources is a higher level. It requires board action. It's not something that staff can do, which is what staff can do when we assign ending fund balance, but board action could commit them. So that pulls committed resources in the ending fund balance pulls them out of that 10% cap, so takes them out of that equation entirely. So I just wanted to let the board know that we do have a couple options. If you've been hearing about this reserve cap, one, we're currently excluded based on our basic aid. And if that should change, we do have the ability to commit those resources, and we can discuss this further if we'd like to schedule a budget study session or something like that. So how important is this reserve cap? Well, I pulled the slide from school services because it shows the average reserve levels of school districts from the unified elementary and the high school districts, and you could see based on the averages, and this is a couple years old, but it is the most recent data. The average, all districts are above 10%. So this is really important news. It would be a big impact to all school districts. So on the revenue side, the revenue information is just starting to be released. The county assessors and controller's office held their quarterly meeting in November, and they didn't have much to update at this time, largely due to the fact that the first round of property tax payments weren't due until December 10th. So that information was first coming in with that installment. However, they did have two noteworthy statements that I did want to share with the board. About a year ago, the government issued an executive order waiving all fees and all penalties for the late payment of property taxes through May of 2021. And the assessor's office was happy to report out that the revenues were coming into their office at a rate similar to last year, and that they were not anticipating large numbers of property owners taking advantage of that extended timeline and not paying their property taxes until May. So this is very good news as it relates to the county's cash flow and their desire to stay in the teeter plan, meaning that property tax revenue is distributed to the district based on what is owed and not when the county receives it. The other item that is noteworthy is that the automatic 2% increase that's built into the coming year's tax rolls. The county had said that the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, was tracking below 1%. So that there's a possibility that that automatic 2% increase that's built into the roll could be lowered down by about 1%. So what does that mean to the district? Well, currently we're showing an increase to our assessed valuations at just over 3%. If the county reduces this by 1%, we'd be down to 2%. 2% growth is what we have in our multi-year projection for our secured property taxes. So it's right at what we have budgeted. And needless to say, we'll be watching this closely. We meet again with the assessor's office in mid-February. So local property taxes, as I mentioned, they're budgeted at 2% in the multi-year. If property tax increases come in and exceed that 2%, say if they come in at somewhere north of 2%, that represents unbudgeted or new revenue, which we could put towards programs, people, invest in our programs. Increases to property tax revenues are ongoing as opposed to one-time revenues. So I wanted to make sure that everybody understood that. And also, and this is a piece from the governor's proposed budget, that the federal stimulus package for elementary and secondary schools emergency relief, or ESSER, the allocation for PAUSD is approximately $1 million. That is one-time funds, that's not ongoing funding. And that's allocated based on Title I funds. So as a point of reference, the CARES Act funds that we received in the current year, it's a little over $5 million on one-time funding. The amount that we will be receiving from this next stimulus is going to be much less. It'll be $1 million. So just to differentiate the the difference between the two stimulus packages. So in terms of expenditure updates in the budget assumptions, they include step and column increases for all employees, the projected PERS and STIRS rate increases, statutory payroll taxes, and our projected health and welfare increases, staffing ratios at the current contract amounts. So for example, if we need to make adjustments to our staffing ratios because classroom capacities or other mandates, then those will have to be looked at in terms of the impact to the budget. And also the pending rate increases for the utilities and insurance premiums. We really don't get information on those rate increases until a little bit later in the spring. So we've put a placeholder for those in the budget assumptions, and we will update those more as more information is known. So now we get to talk about what's new in the budget assumptions. The new item is item 34, and that is the enhanced programming for summer school. What we're planning on doing is to offer an enhanced and expanded summer program to more students, especially if in-person instruction is allowed by the summer. So this would be a much bolder, more robust program. It would expand beyond our current offering of remediation or at-risk or credit recovery and special education to a much broader base of students, so that we would serve more students and not necessarily students that fall into the categories that we traditionally served. The purpose would be to get students back on campus to serve students, because we know that there's so much more to getting students back on campus than just providing instruction. The increase to that program, if we can offer it at the level which we fully intend to and would like to, if in-person instruction is allowed, would be an increase of about $3 million. Ms. Ofick is going to speak to the summer school item a little bit later in our agenda. So this is just a first glance at what that item could be, and there'll be more detail on what the actual program will look like later in the meeting. So just some closing thoughts. This is the first time the board has had the item of budget discussions on as a discussion item. It was on for information at the November board meeting, but we didn't have a chance to discuss it. It's going to be shared with the board again. It's by no means is this the final time the board will see it. Share with the Fiscal Advisory Committee at our next meeting, Executive Cabinet, and other stakeholders. And then before being brought back for board approval in April. And as we know that COVID-19 will continue to preoccupy our collective work and our district operations at all levels. And we need to make sure that we are including those COVID-19 safety precautions and protocols, and that they're reflected in our budget so that we can continue to move forward with those measures, even as the vaccine rolls out, because it will likely be a bit of a while before before folks are vaccinated at a critical mass. So at this point, that concludes the overview on the budget assumptions. And are there any board questions or discussion items at this time?
Colleagues, if you would please raise your hand in Zoom, I will call on you if you have questions. Mr. Collins, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chow. That was helpful. I didn't know. I now know much more about the reserve cap and the potential changes to it than I knew I didn't know. So that was great. I had two quick comments, both of which I sent you earlier, just to repeat them. One is on item 10, the enrollment trends. I think you've reflected the significant drop in enrollment for this year, and then continued from that low point, the trajectory that we had in as assumptions prior, which was minus 200 a year, which is 200 students a year, which, as I know all the board members know, and you know, but just so any community members watching know, is a completely arbitrary number that we've kind of put in place, reflecting the experience over the last several years. There's not a lot of magic to it. There's not a lot of thought to it. But in this particular case, I think we are all expecting that there'll be a significant rebound in enrollment in 2021, providing that we're able to offer in-person instruction next year. And so I'd suggest reflecting that in some way, and then maybe continuing the trajectory from some higher point. Does that make sense? Do you disagree with that, or?
No, I do not disagree with that. I think that's certainly the enrollment is something that we are closely watching because whether those, we're able to capture those students back this year, which of course would be ideal, the sooner that we could basically reclaim our students, the better. And then update any enrollment information as we know where those numbers are trending.
Okay, I think for planning purposes for next year, we're not going to know what the answer is until next summer. So for planning purposes, I would suggest planning on a higher number. It might be last year's number, it might be some number in between where we are and last year's number, but I would definitely suggest a higher number. The only other comment I had was on the summer school item. I'm enthusiastic supporter of that. I think that's a great idea. I think it's not enough. I think we should also incorporate into our thinking additional academic supports on such as tutoring, after school programs, other supports for students that have not gotten everything we expected them to get this year into the fall next year, and probably through all of next year. This is not going to be something that we catch up from quickly. It's not going to take a 10-week summer program or whatever, 8-week summer program isn't going to do it. So I think incorporating additional resources all through next year, and maybe necessary to do it beyond that, but I certainly don't think we'll get everybody to where we want them and where they'd like to be before next year. So I'd suggest adding that, and we can, and then there'll be a lot of time to figure out what it is. But the first step is to reserve some money in the budget for it. Other than that, this all makes sense to me, and thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Brienza.
Thanks. My biggest one was Mr. Collins already covered. I am hoping that we're up with students, and we're not going to know, right? But I guess the best bet is to just be in a place where we continue to be somewhat overstaffed, so we're ready to take them back if they show up, because many told us they'd come back. So only time will tell. But it looks as though the trend is going downwards, but I would expect that we'll probably see a bump when we are back in person. At least I hope so, and hope that happens soon. More of a curiosity question. You talked about the medical insurance rates going up. You used 7%, and it was kind of a guess. Is that suggested that will be it, or are you guessing on past experience and how much it's gone up in the past?
It's a bit of a blended approach over the last several years. We've had wild changes in our insurance rate, from going up, as you saw last year, 15% to I think a year or two before I joined the district, there was actually a decrease. So we have seen some wild fluctuations in our insurance rates, and 6-7% seems to be an average if we take a rolling 3-4 year average.
Great, that's helpful. Thanks. Also, just you mentioned the 1.3 million in the report we got in the packet in software and tech from the general fund. is that how much we typically spend on that kind of thing? Or is that because of COVID and everything distance? Are we investing more in technology?
And the package for which item?
Well, it's in my notes. I can go back and look at the item itself, but it was listed as 1.3 million from the general fund in software and tech for next year. And I know that we typically do the tech refresh from the bond, and I just wasn't sure if this was different than usual, or are we buying a bunch of cameras, or if this is typical. But if you need me to go look for it, I can. We can just talk about it later. Just wondering if it was different than most years.
If you could give me some direction as to where you saw that.
Item number 42.
Thank you. I don't have it in front of me.
Oh, yes, this was for, this was outside of that a tech refresh that is funded with the bond funds.
Okay, and like, I'm just wondering, and you might not know this off the top of your head, but is it because of everything we've had to do with COVID, so it's additional, or is this just typically what we spend for these kind of things?
This would be typical. We were able to put a lot of what we spent on Chromebooks for COVID and access points and so forth like that under the CARES funds. So we were very fortunate to be able to do that.
Good. Okay. And the last thing just about this expanded summer school, like, I'm trusting you guys here. I don't know if I think it makes sense to be ready to offer it. If people can travel, I'm guessing there's going to be a whole lot of people that are trying to get out of Dodge. If it can't be in person and can only be on Zoom, I would not be an advocate for having kids spend more time over the summer on Zoom. So I think I like that you're planning and you're trying to think outside the box and provide opportunities both for credit recovery and to give kids a chance to connect on campus. And I'm just looking forward to, as the spring moves on, playing out. Do we have kids that want to come? Do we have teachers that are willing to teach? Can we get them off screens and engaged on campus? So I guess I'm reserving judgment on this expanded summer school plan until we see really what it's gonna look like, and if this is $3 million well spent in this way. So thanks for sharing it with us.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Ms. Chow. I think this item is going to come on 3 more times before it's on for action in April. At least that's what's scheduled. So we'll have ample opportunity. All right, let's move on to item 6B, approval of recommendations from the Board Bond Advisory Committee, BBAC.
All right, Mr. Drop, Dr. Golton is going to be the lead for items B through E. So once he takes over, we'll go through each of these together, and Mr. Holm will be joining in on part of these as well.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. The first of our items is the approval of the Board Bond Advisory Committee, the so-called BBAC, of its recommendations that they completed this fall. The BBAC, recall, was a committee that was established by the board at its meeting of November 5th, and their charge was to provide advice to the board in its thinking about strong schools bond activities. So I think in a certain sense, it was to provide an in-depth look at certain topics prior to their presentation to the board. The BBAC met monthly. Recall that the membership was 2 board members. These members were Mr. Drop and Ms. Brianza. It also included representatives from PAEA and CSEA, 2 school administrators, representative from the Bond Advisory Committee, 2 PTA representatives, and student representatives from each high school, and an ad hoc representative from the district sustainable committee. The BBAC met monthly, and here are its 4 recommendations. The first is a budget plan for funding air conditioning. There was a very extensive study of air conditioning the question of air conditioning at the elementary and middle schools. There was a temperature study that was interesting. Actually, I did that. And the finding was not surprisingly that it's hot. It is hot in the summer months. And so the next question was, what would it cost to install air conditioning in the elementary and middle schools? And the answer was approximately $34 million. That was arrived at by a consultant that did work for under the direction of Tom Hodges. Then the next question obviously was it, quote, worth $34 million to do that, given that there is a fixed amount of money with the bond and so the Measure Z bond, and so there would have to be reductions. Some of the reductions, by the way, were very easy to do, and then as it got down to getting this $34 million, the final reduction actually relates to one of the 12 elementary schools to put one of the schools that would be in the last phase of construction, to put their project off until the next bond. So the fact remains, you have an attachment that shows the reductions that are made, and the question to the board is this is a recommendation from the BBAC, and the question to the board is, are those reductions appropriate? We'll come back to these. That first one. The second one was the educational specifications. These specifications are given to the architects when they commence the conceptual design on a school. The educational specifications are roughly 140 pages, 140 to 150 pages. So it's a lot. It would be the BBAC went through those specifications page by page and made some suggestions, and changes were made. And so what we're seeking is, not tonight's a discussion item, what we're seeking is approval of those education specifications. A third item was the approval of the master plan. It's very interesting because the master plan was a job that took about a year to develop, and then was in fact the basis of our 2018 election. Really, we had sufficient funds in Measure A to wait until 2020. The decision of the recommendation by the staff and the decision of the board was to move forward, and rather than risk being on a very crowded bond agenda in 2020, to in fact get approval in 2018. Incidentally, as we know, the big difficulty with 2020 was the fact that not only were there other bond measures on the ballot, but in addition, there was a pandemic going on. And so it was useful to do it in 2018. And the BBAC was simply reviewing this basis for that 2018 bond. A fourth item was, a more minor item. The BBAC simply represented that the PTA, instead of having an elementary and secondary representative, would have an elementary, middle school, and high school representative, and so 3 instead of 2. So at any rate, this is the presentation that we have tonight. we've forwarded you the materials, and I'm really comfortable actually with going through these. What I'd suggest is, Shaunak is in fact the chair along with Jennifer. And so I'd suggest that we probably do it and respond to board questions one by one instead of having questions about all four of these mixed up. And I would imagine Shaunak may want to make some comments about the VBAC and this process as well.
Thank you, Dr. Colton. Why don't we take board comments? There are no public comments on this item, but why don't we take board comments, colleagues? Why don't we go by item? So there are 4 motions or 4 recommendations here, not for action, but for discussion. And so as to the first one, air conditioning, if there are any board comments, why don't we take those? Okay. As to the second, Measure Z educational specifications. Ms. DiBrienza, and then Ms. Latimirak.
I don't know if this is the time to be talking about all this, but I wanted to just thank the BBAC for all their work, because as Dr. Golden mentioned, that was many pages and many items to go through. And the committee worked really hard to do it. And I think it's noted in the packet, but the LGBTQ plus committee, with the help of this team, this bond team, and Mr. Kolakowski, got together so that the bond team could hear concerns and priorities of kids who needed increased privacy in bathrooms and locker rooms at our secondary schools. And I think it really helped the committee and the staff to better understand where the priorities are. And that's why, as it's noted here, that work is still going on, because they're going to take a tour together and continue to brainstorm that. But other than that, the rest of the work is presented here. So thanks for considering it.
And I'll add that we stopped in December, and now we're starting, and I've talked to Mr. Kolakowski, and we're starting up again with that group.
Ms. Latimirak.
I had 2 questions, and that was one of them. So thank you. I want to reiterate Ms. DiBrienza's gratitude to you for incorporating the concerns of that community into the specifications. And I'm glad that work is continuing. So thank you. My second question was related to, you noted in the report that the ed specs were developed pre-pandemic, and that staff is working on incorporating some language to address pandemic concerns into the ed specs. And I just want to clarify, because I know we do have some ongoing projects, at least at the secondary level, and I just want to sort of understand timing on that and just make sure that before we launch into new construction projects that work will be done.
Yeah, and the answer is that we have taken interim, interim specifications into consideration. That is, Eric Holm will be on a bit later, and he's done an incredible job in fitting out the classrooms with machines and the like to make them appropriate for instruction right now. The issue of permanent, secondly, we're dealing with a moving target. Is even without as you know, even without a pandemic, our ed specs 5 years from now will be different than our ed specs now. But the fact remains, one of the first tasks of the property committee, which is our 2-person committee, and also the also the BBAC, is to sort out a process for doing these pandemic-related specifications. And so, yes, we're on that, and we need to do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any board comments on the Measure Z master plan, or the final recommendation about expansion of membership. All right. I'll just want to thank the members of the committee who, this is the first year of the committee, and that's always difficult. And we had a lot of different voices and different perspectives, which added a great deal of value. And so extending my thanks to all those members of the committee, members of the public who are a part of that, our association representatives, Misty Brienza, who was the board member on that committee with me, and of course, our staff, Dr. Golton, Ms. Chow, Mr. Hodges, and Mr. Holm, I think were invaluable to the work in helping the committee come to these recommendations. So thank you all, and we'll discuss this more when it's on action at next or future meeting. All right, why don't we move on to the next item, which is 6C, status report on elementary school.
Good. Well, thank you. What we have, the board has seen a graphic timeline before that includes all of our projects, our elementary, middle, and high school projects, that shows in blocks the time period for the conceptual design, schematic design, design development, the long period that these plans are at the Division of the State Architect, the bid and award period, and then also construction. Here Tom has presented this for us, shared this screen. As far as the 12 elementary schools, we have the following. First, one of the 12 schools has been, at least for now, completed, and it's Addison Elementary. Addison Elementary was the beneficiary of a $23.8 million anonymous donor gift. A donor that, well, it's an incredibly generous gift. This project lasted for about 3 years, actually, and it finished this November, and it's really great to see the improvements to this site, and also, by the way, in addition to this funding, the Magical Bridge Playground, which is paid for 50% by the county through a grant. So that's one of the schools, and that's done. As far as Hoover Elementary School, Hoover Elementary School has been a project. Hoover and El Carmelo are the last projects for Measure A, fully Measure A funding. We have some partial funding that goes to Escondido and Walter Hayes for planning, but these are the last projects with fully Measure A funding. These projects are both on pause. The bid on August 25th was deemed not satisfactory and was rejected. The concern was cost, but the concern at that time was also, given the dramatic change in enrollment, the concern also was the issue of how the district would accommodate enrollment. And so the project was placed on pause. At the same time as the Hoover project was placed on pause, the El Camelo project, which was in fact, the bids were not closed, but that project was put on pause. So in effect, all of these 12 projects were put on, I think a better way of phrasing it is construction pause. That is, design could continue, but no, there would be a pause until a decision was made. And incidentally, at that time, the period of January 2021 was planned to be the time when this pause would be further examined. those are 3 of the 12 elementary schools. Of the remaining 9, this is a 10-year bond, and so the plan is to do 3 at a time. Actually, that was a structure that worked very well for us in a previous bond. And how were these schools chosen? Escondido, Palo Verde, and Walter Hayes were chosen as follows. First, of the 9 schools that had previously undergone extensive construction in the previous bond were decided to give a break. So, and then the other schools were ranked in the size of their multi-purpose building as it related to enrollment at that time. And so this led us with Escondido, Palo Verde, and Walter Hayes as these 3 schools that would be in the phase 1 of Measure Z. The 3 schools you can see on these charts that right now these schools are, well, they're not only in schematic design, they're getting close. We anticipate that we'll be able to go to the board in the February-March period with schematic designs on these 3 schools for approval. And then after that, there's an anticipated period for design development, an anticipated period for submittal to DSA, and then in keeping with, I'm smiling because I'll say something next, in keeping with the pause, there is no bid or award period, because again, the construction's on pause. One of our board members observed that we hadn't done that for those 3 schools. And so in your packet, we discovered this today. So in your packet, you'll notice that Escondido, Palo Verde, and Walter Hayes project a bid, an award, and construction. And when this pause is lifted, then of course they will move forward. As for the other 6 schools, there's going to be a phase 2 starting in either 22 or 2022 or early 2023, and then 3 years later there'll be a 3rd phase. These 3 schools were the schools in phase 1, Escondido, Palo Verde, and Walter Hayes, were chosen with the group of elementary principals and the administrator in charge of the elementary schools. And we will be planning to do that same kind of choice process for phase 2 and phase 3, deciding which schools are in those phases. So at any rate, this is one of the pieces of information for you tonight. Another piece of information is a grid showing enrollment at the present time in all the elementary schools. What is being sought from the board is, as it says in the recommendation, is direction to staff to provide additional information and analysis to inform future decisions about elementary school construction, and in particular the pause. I guess this process is divided into 2 groups. Our construction group, well, we've got a lot of ideas and information about construction, and we'll be providing that information. And then the instructional division in the district will be providing information on enrollment and other programs. So at any rate, that's what we have. Here's the information that we're presenting tonight. Incidentally, I was warned off of by both the superintendent and Carolyn not to go into depth in, which guess what, we'd love to do, and show you the conceptual designs for each of the schools. But nope, we're not going to do that.
Thank you, Dr. Colton. Board colleagues, do you have comments on this item? Please raise your hand in Zoom. Mr. Collins.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for raising this issue. I appreciate the staff and the agenda setting committee putting this on, and you know, this has been kicking around last year when we slowed down some of the projects, and it's been a concern. It's been a concern, I think, of many people for a while. So it's really good that we're addressing it explicitly. I think the main point to me is we've got a pipeline of projects, and that were created under a certain set of conditions and assumptions going back. Bob, how long ago did we start the master plan project for this? Like 5 years ago?
Well, the master plan was a 2017 enterprise.
Right. So, and we probably started it the year before that. So 4 years ago. And you know, at the time we were still grappling with what our enrollment situation was. I mean, in 2015, we had the enrollment advisory committee, which I'm sure all of us, you know, shiver with. I hope that never comes back. And I think we're trying to reflect as we do these projects. We're not just doing individual school improvements. We've got to think about our entire system of schools, and making sure that we have the right amount of capacity in the right places to serve the students that not only we have today, but that we're going to have 10 years from now. Because, you know, we're really talking about projects that are going to take a long time to be implemented and then last very long afterwards. I think, you know, just as Bob, I know you remember, and I'm sure some of the other people on the call remember, in 2011, while we were furiously adding capacity at Ohlone, Fairmeadow, and Duveneck, building two-story buildings to address what was viewed at the time as a, you know, unstoppable surge of new elementary students. The board actually stopped the plans for the 2008 bond and sequestered all the money set aside for elementary projects and pressed pause on all elementary projects. Actually, at the other end of the spectrum, they thought, why should we put any more money into existing elementary schools? We should be saving our money to build new ones. And thinking about whether they needed to remodel Garland and potentially build a 13th elementary school. We bought a site at 525 San Antonio Road specifically to support that purpose. So the board at the time said, hey, the conditions are too uncertain. We're not sure what we need to do. So let's pause these projects until we have a sense of what our total system is going to look like. And that led to the Enrollment Management Advisory Committee, which led to you know, a new vision, which allowed some of these projects to go forward. I think we're at a similar point now where we've experienced several years of elementary enrollment decline. I just did the numbers. It's about 16% shrinkage in the last, that was up till last year. I didn't even count this year. 16% shrinkage over the last 6 years. So elementary has shrunk 16% over the last 6 years. It's obviously we have the potential, and I think we expect, in the absence of lots of new housing being built, to continue to shrink. And if that continues, it seems very likely that we'll end up having to contemplate closing a school. And so if that's going to be the case, I think we have to be very thoughtful about what remodeling projects we take on and what school improvement and expansion projects we take on. Because the last thing we want to do is put $20 or $30 million into a property that we then rent to somebody else, because it's determined that we need to rearrange things to make it so that we have our students in a fewer number of schools. So I really support pushing pause on this, continuing the pause that I guess has been pushed, and having staff come back with analysis of what they think enrollment by area of the city is, by quadrant, to help us understand where our capacity is, where we might need future capacity, where there are, the university, the Stanford area of the district has actually grown in the last 5 years with the expansion of University Terrace. So we may need more capacity some places. We definitely need less capacity than we thought we did just a few years ago in other places. And I think staff needs to come back with that analysis so the board can make an intelligent assessment before we spend tens of millions of dollars on more elementary projects. So that's my view.
Thank you. Mr. Dauber?
Yeah, I want to support everything that Mr. Collins said. I think that a pause is a way to avoid making bad decisions by just continuing along a path that may no longer be viable. But it isn't where we want to end or stay. I think we want to make some positive decisions about whether we want to continue to pause all of these projects, or more likely be guided by some analysis about where we do see growth and respond to that circumstance. So rather than simply be in an indefinite pause, I would much rather sort of follow Mr. Collins' suggestion and direct staff to come back with proposals so that we can make a positive decision as opposed to the negative one that we're making, which I think makes perfect sense. I think it's prudent. Times have changed. We shouldn't continue with old plans, but we should make new ones, or at least sort of ratify affirmatively that we want to hold off on any further allocation of funds. So I'm very much on board with that direction. And so if what we want to do is take a vote to direct staff to do that, that's fine, or however, depending on the sentiment that other colleagues have.
Mr. Brienza, and then Ms. Latimer.
Just real quickly, I agree with both of them. And what I think is most significant in this conversation is making sure we have a really strong communication with the city, and we're really up on where these potential building will happen and where we will see growth as much as we're seeing decline. Obviously, if the Ventura plan happens, and there's smaller projects that are happening in College Terrace and around the city, and Stanford expands, obviously we may need all of these buildings and more. But that could mean anything depending on where the housing occurs. So I agree with the pause for right now, but not a pause forever. And we want to have a real sense of like, hey, in 5 and 10 years, where are there going to be a lot more students and possibly a lot fewer students, to the extent that is possible. Thanks.
Ms. Latimer.
Yeah, Mr. Golden, first of all, I want to say thank you so much for clarifying the attachments and clarifying that all elementary school projects right now, construction of all elementary school projects are on pause. I think that was important to clarify, and I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. I think it's important that we have this conversation and that we look critically at the information, the enrollment information, we talk to the city. And I think it's important that we do it on the agenda that's not in a bond project discussion item. I mean, I think we should do it where it actually should be, which is in a discussion of enrollment, discussion of a system for our schools, discussion of all the trends that we're expecting. So thank you for getting this conversation started. And I agree with all of my colleagues. If we need to take a vote, let's take a vote, or let's just get it on the agenda quickly, because I don't think we should be paused for very long. We have the money, and if we need to, we have the bond money, and for schools that need to be remodeled, we should get started. So let's make the decisions that we have to make, but let's have the discussion in the appropriate time and place, and quickly, I think.
Mr. Dauber, is your hand still up from before? Okay. All right. Well, I tend to agree with my colleagues for staff to bring back an affirmative recommendation for us. Do we need a motion on that? Or is it, I mean, we have unanimous direction, but if someone would like to give us a motion to direct staff, that'd be great.
This was on for discussion, not action.
Oh, that's right. All
So-
right.
Yeah.
Although
Well, let me
I
just-
heard that I heard some board members express a desire to give direction even now. Is that the case, Mr. Dauber?
Well, yeah, I think the next right thing to do is to give direction to staff. I don't think we need to, have a 2-meeting rule about giving direction to staff to do some work and come back and give us some information so we can make a decision. So,
yeah.
Mr. Drop, can I add just a piece?
Please.
If there's going to be a motion, I would ask that it includes a timeline or a time range to set expectations for our work and when this will reappear.
So I move that we direct staff to come back to the board with recommendations regarding appropriate next steps on these elementary school projects by April 1, 2021.
I second. Can I ask Dr. Oster a question?
Please.
Is that, I mean, usually I think it's useful to have a time frame, but I want to make sure that's a time frame that is appropriate given the other things that you've got going on, which is considerable.
I think if we, it is not my role to amend your own motions.
I'm happy to get feedback about
I'm just
Well, I'm
asking.
gonna just think out loud here.
I'm not committed to the date. I just threw one out. So.
If we could select either the April or May board meeting date, that would probably help us for a target. And I think we will be able to fulfill that to the degree possible. So absent another change in conditions, we know what our conditions are. So we should be able to do that. So.
Well, my guess is May is going to be pretty busy, so I'd probably push to give it a swat in April.
How about if I clarify my motion to point us to the second meeting in April? Is it April has a second meeting? I'll say the last meeting in April. How's that?
I
Yeah, there's only
clarify
one
my
in April,
second.
but
Okay, the motion on the table as seconded and as amended in a friendly manner is a motion to direct staff to come back with appropriate recommendations regarding next steps on the status of elementary projects by the last board meeting in April. All right, Dr. Austin, would you do the honors?
I can. Ms. Atla.
Aye.
Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Ms. DiBrienza.
aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
Ms. Latimerik.
Aye.
Mr. Dauber.
Aye.
Mr. Drop.
Aye. Okay, the motion passes. All right. Let's move on then to the next item, which is going to be item 6D, approval of schematic design for JLS Library.
Yes, thank you. We have, I'll forward an updated graphic timeline for all levels K to 12. And we're in the schematic design stage at JLS, and we have that schematic design to present to you tonight for your approval. It's a discussion item, and so at the next meeting, we would bring it for action, and we would be moving on to design development after schematic design. Just a shout out for the staff at JLS, the principal and staff, because they've done a significant amount of work. And so with that, let me ask Mr. Hodges to run through this schematic design.
Okay, everybody see my screen okay?
Yes.
All right, so yes, we have the schematic design presentation for JLS.
Although Mr. Hodges, I think in the same situation that Ms. Chow had at the top of your display settings.
Yeah, but I don't have display. Oh, there it is.
There we go.
All better?
It's a little big.
Huh.
There we go. It looks great.
That's better? Okay. So again, we're at the schematic design stage. We're asking for approval of the floor plans and the site plan and the general elevations of the buildings at this stage of the game. For JLS, we had, we brought the conceptual design approval to the board last spring. Since then, we've had quite a few meetings with staff, really focused more on the details of the plans for these buildings. You can see our goals for this particular project at JLS was to update and expand the library, which was undersized before, creating a new front door and identity for the administration that was along Waverly, a little more friendly for those looking for the campus, and then also to create a wellness center. Through in a slide of our meetings to date, this includes both conceptual and schematic design, but you can see a lot of the meetings that we've had have been focus group meetings down the bottom with both library staff and administrative staff and wellness staff to run through their plans. Just a reminder, this is the plan conceptual design that you approved back in the spring. The one thing I'll just note here is note that this is phase 1 of 2 phases for this campus. So after we are done with this project, there is another project plan for JLS that would include improvements to the cafetorium, food service, and the music classrooms that you see there as phase 2. And then, so here's our site plan as part of our schematic design. You can see we are relocating the library to where administration is now, building a new administration wing where there are portables currently, and then the old library becomes the wellness center and place for counseling and some others. So I have some blow-ups of our plans. I'll start with the library. If you can see my cursor, the front door of the administration wing basically is the same. Oh, sorry. Is basically the same as the front door as it exists now for the office. You come in, there's a circulation desk right to the left, and that's placed there just so it gives good visibility of the reading stack areas up to the top of the screen and to your right. There's a projects room and a work room behind the circulation desk. And then to the right, there's a glass wall into a library classroom. Beyond that, you'll see a librarian office and some conference rooms and an IT office as well. And this is just a quick view of when you walk into that front door, how this will look much different than what it looks like today. Then here's our floor plan for the administration wing. Again, the main entrance is this bottom corner that you see. And when you walk in, you'll see there's a reception, but then visitors can go one way or the other. To the left is the administration part of the building where you have meeting rooms, conference rooms, offices for principals, APs, the dean, and then you have a staff collaboration room up here with a patio. And then to the right, you can go to more of the wellness center functions. So you have the nurse, attendants, the registrar, counseling offices, and then what they call their R lounge that's currently in a portable. Then we have a speech room here, and then another classroom at the end of the building. Just some quick elevations of what this looks like. This would be the front of this entry going into that administration wing, just looking at it from two different angles. And then at the top, this is more the entrance that students and staff would use if they're coming from the rest of the campus to the back side of the building. And then at the bottom, you see that's that staff collaboration room and kind of the view that you would see as you're driving into Waverly from East Meadow. So with that, that's our slides, nice and quick. And like you said, it's for discussion. So be happy to take your feedback and any questions you have. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Colleagues, do you have any questions? Please raise your hand in Zoom. Mr. Lee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hodges, and the construction team, everyone working on this for planning it out. When I was on the student council at JLS, there was actually talk of building a wellness center. So I'm happy to see that this is going forward, I guess 4 years after, and I'm excited to see how this is going to benefit students in the future. I did have one comment to make, and this is the same comment I made last board meeting when we were discussing, I think, green construction, which is that when we have these construction projects, I hope we're able to gather student input before and during the construction period, because these major construction projects have the possibility of impacting student well-being. Whether, I don't know what it's going to look like at JLS, but if lockers are displaced, if there's barriers in the walkways or whatever, if we're able to gather student input on those matters, so that we can try to minimize the impact on student life and well-being on those campuses, I think that'd be nice. I know JLS has a pretty solid student council, so that might be a good place to start. But in general, just getting this sort of input included within the construction process.
Yeah, great comment. I think we're going to do that for all 3 middle schools, do some presentations to the ASB. Yeah.
Great. Any other comments, board members? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Let's move to E, approval of Cubberley I-Building Modernization Project.
Yeah, for this item, we'll do it in 2 parts. Eric Holm is present. Is Eric here?
Yes.
There he is. Hi, Eric. So at any rate, what we're going to do is divide this into 2 parts. Eric will talk about the scope of this project and the I-Building in general, and then there's a little bit of a complicated financial issue, and so I'll be talking about the financial issue, how to fund it. Eric?
Okay, so we're asking tonight, we're bringing it to you for the first time, the request for authorization for the Cubberley project. So we'll bring it back next meeting for approval, pending your input and feedback. But we are proposing to convert the I-Building at Cubberley into a administrative special ed resource center that would house all of the special ed departments throughout the district in this singular building. And in doing so, the building has not been modernized since it was built in the 50s, other than some late 50s, other than some small modifications. So we would need to do some seismic upgrades to it, as well as some accessible upgrades, and we want to add some bathroom facilities because the campus is woefully lacking in bathrooms, and having a large office building without adequate access to bathrooms would not work as well. So we've studied the building. We've looked at multiple levels of intervention. We feel this is an appropriate level, which would allow for this expansion. Now, this would actually be the upstairs portion. Downstairs, we have a portion of the building that would be used as a distance learning center, resource center, and sort of be kind of a more of a high performance hub for doing remote teaching out of. But overall, the project we're budgeting at $1.5 million, and we're trying to schedule a meeting with DSA to get approval from them and as to our plan and our direction for our seismic upgrades. But pending the outcome of that, we'd be looking forward to trying to do the construction late summer, early fall, and move in thereafter. And I don't know, Bob, if you want to talk about the money first, and then we take questions jointly, we do that.
Yeah, I think we'll do that. So we have two bond measures. We have the remainder of the Measure A money, and then we have Measure Z that was approved by the board in 2018. One naive way of doing this would be to simply pool the money and do one set of accounts. But we can't do that because each one of those bond measures, when Measure A was passed in 2008 and Measure Z in 2018, has an associated bond project list that the school district develops. And so these bond projects lists, while they have obviously many projects in common, many schools and sites in common, there is a difference. Measure A has nothing in the bond project list that allows for administrative improvements. On the other hand, Measure Z does. So what that means is this project must be a Measure Z project. Now, the twist is that there is no reserve in Measure Z. The money has all been allocated. And so what we must do, but there is quite a sizable reserve, about $10 million in Measure A. So what we're doing is this. We are choosing one of the sites that is that has both Measure A and Measure Z funding. If you recall, the earlier board item showed that both Escondido and Walter Hayes are funded by a combination of Measure A and Measure Z money. So what we're going to do is we're going to do Escondido, and we're going to take $1.5 million of their Measure Z money and allocate it to this project. Now, that's one step, but then of course, Escondido is short by $1.5 million. So the next thing we're going to do is increase their allocation of Measure A money by $1.5 million, taking that money from the reserve. So we're taking money from the reserve in Measure A of $1.5 million and giving it to the Escondido project, which allows us to pull $1.5 million from Escondido's Measure Z and devote it to this project. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Gold. Mr. Holm.
Yeah.
Colleagues, please raise your hand if you have any questions. Ms. Ladimirak, and then Ms. DiBrienza.
So my question, maybe more a comment, but you maybe be able to provide some clarity. I'm really concerned about the kind of money pit potential for any work at Cubberley. These buildings are all pretty much approaching the end of their useful lives, and you know, $1.5 million here, and then $2 million in a couple years, and then, you know, pretty soon we could have built a new building. And I want to make sure that we've done the due diligence to kind of understand. I'd like to understand the timeline that we're talking about using the iBuilding, and have we really done the legwork to make sure we know the financial outlay? Because, you know, $1.5 million to get ourselves 5 years, that's worth it. $8 million to get ourselves 3 years, not so much worth it. So kind of what's the universe that we're talking about? I kind of, I use the analogy of like bringing an old junky car to a repairman. Like you can pay $1,000 to get yourself a year, but at a point you need to have the savings plan to buy the new car. So I kind of want to know where we are in that process. I'm okay with spending the money if I know that we are being fiscally responsible with that money. And we're a district that has the luxury of having money, having bond money. So I know we can afford it, but that doesn't necessarily mean we should. And so I just want to make sure that I'm comfortable with the overall plan for this building. And then sort of similarly, is it going to require upgrades in other parts of the campus, not necessarily other buildings, but other parts of the campus that we wouldn't have to spend money on with our current use, right? With our current use at Grindell and what we're already using Coverly for. Is there going to be additional costs because we're using this I building that we're also going to have to spend? So sort of what's that whole financial picture look like?
Those are good questions. I can answer number 2, which is yes, we're going to have to spend money that we would not otherwise spend if we had done no additional work there. That's a guarantee. But Mr. Holm has done a pretty nice evaluation of that particular building, the I building, which I can also tell you personally, just feels like the one building on the campus that is most ready and makes the most sense for us to touch. But Mr. Holm, why don't you take that item on as far as our evaluation for the short term versus your replacement cost?
So we looked at it on sort of a real minimal input intervention, the spend no money kind of thing. We also looked at it on the opposite end of spend, the Taj Mahal, make it really nice. This is a sort of middle range solution that it's middle range in the scope, but it's still on the very low end of cost. And I think for this function, this added use of the site, this conceives to be the only cost associated with that. And what I mean by that is that if we did nothing at the site, as Superintendent Austin just indicated, we would have other costs out there. Just as being essentially landlords, there are going to be other costs that will come up regardless of this use. And then likewise, if we were to do a different master plan for the site and develop other uses and modernizations or renovations of other buildings, those would be evaluated in their effectiveness as related to that additional benefit of that use that we're going to do with the site. So I think this proposed cost and the scope is pretty self-contained, and then we have a identified need for housing of the staff, and this is a really seems to be the best location district-wide, the best facility to house them in. This building is the best building on the campus over there, and seems like the best building to put money into. And any larger intervention at the site would take a lot of time for planning and whatnot. And so this use would be a 5-year minimum, more likely probably a 10-year or more, depending on other conversations that could happen at the site. So this is we feel it's a very cost-effective solution for both a need and for using the space.
Thank you, Mr. Holm. Board colleagues, any follow-up questions? Ms. Latimerek?
I just want to follow up. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's good information. I would just ask Dr. Austin if we're going to consider other buildings or sort of doing more that it sounds like this is a self-contained project for not too big of an investment that's going to buy us some years. I like the idea of centralizing special education admin there. I think that's a really value add for our program. But I don't want to get I don't want to, as you said, this building may very well be the very, if anybody who's taken kids to camp at Cubberley or seen the theaters, I mean, many of these buildings are not in nearly as good shape as this one sounds like it is. And so before we start making any more inroads into using any other buildings on campus, I'd really like us to make a plan for what we want to do with the site, at least be talking more long-term and more strategically, because you don't want to spend a whole bunch of money on a building and then decide, wow, in our vision of that, that wouldn't be a building, it might be a field. So I would like this to be a self-contained project, and I understand there might be some more facility landlord type upgrades that have to happen as a result of, in conjunction with it also, but I really would like this to be a self-contained project. And then if we're going to continue in Cubberley more, that we really regroup and make a plan, whether it's just with us, whether it's with the city, whatever it is, but that it's more of a long-term, bigger picture plan for the site.
That sounds good. I got it. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Holm. Let's move on to items in 7, staff reports. The first is going to be the report on struggling readers and students with dyslexia, 7A.
Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Miss Ofek. I can see her there. And she's going to introduce some guests, and we're going to go through some information. Ofek.
I am going to share my screen, and hopefully it will work beautifully for everybody. If someone could just give me a thumbs up or a notification of some sort that you can see the screen with the slide deck.
We can see it. We can see it. Thank you.
So I also am looking just for a moment before we start to see that all of my people here have been promoted to presenters. We have a team of people presenting this evening. It is atypical for us, but we have a lot of expertise on our committee, and they're all here to share their pieces of this presentation. So, Mr. Moore, is everybody there?
I'm sorry, Ms. Ofek, this is Ms. Brown, is that correct?
We have Miss Dr. Argumetto.
Okay, got it.
Karen Logue. So Nicole Menashe, Leslie Faust, and Shirley Jew. So with those 5 folks, we will round out our whole team that's going to present this evening. Sorry for the delay, everybody. Oh, I see Judy. So I'll go ahead and get started because we are up. So thank you for your patience with us. Tonight you will hear, as you just already heard, from several members of the district literacy team that is working to support students with dyslexia and struggling readers in our district. The team is led by Dr. Judy Argumetto, the Director of Academic Supports, and has representatives from elementary, middle, and high school, as well as administrators from the sites and the district. Over time, the team has expanded with the intent of systematizing the response to students who are identified as needing additional intervention in reading or are referred by their teachers. The elementary focuses on early identification and support of students' literacy growth, while the secondary emphasis is on building strong interventions to improved academic success of struggling and dyslexic readers. These interventions include universal access to support tools, specialized small group instruction, and intensive individualized instruction. Over time, the PAUSD approach evolves in response to data and feedback. And this evening, you will hear about the status of the ongoing work despite the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. It has been roughly 1 year since we presented, and the impacts have definitely slowed us down and hindered some of our plans, but we have circled back and refined them and have kept going. So this evening's team is here to share with you all of those details, and we'll start with Judy Argumedo.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Judy Jaramillo-Argumedo, Director of Academic Supports. As a former kindergarten and first grade teacher, I'm excited to report on PAUSD's progress in addressing struggling readers and students with dyslexia. Building a comprehensive literacy program encompasses multiple elements, including assessments, tiered interventions, progress monitoring, and professional learning. The district has done a lot of work, and my team, I'm so proud of them that they're here, has done a lot of work in addressing all 4 of these areas. For assessment, we have identified screeners and a variety of tools and data points to identify student needs. The tiered level instructional strategies are being instituted currently and are based on student identified needs. For example, ELLs, we're making sure that English learners get the needs that they have. PAUSD has established progress monitoring tools at each level using a variety of tools and data points, and especially the middle school progress monitoring tool has come a long way and is an exemplary. The district has also provided professional learning opportunities for workshops that support teachers and specialists to expand their skills in teaching reading. As we gather more information and data, we will, as Sharon Ofek said, revise our approach. Next slide, please. All sites and teams will be using the cycle of inquiry and iterative process for identifying, supporting struggling readers and students with dyslexia through 4 stages. It starts with annual screening, using a variety of tools at all levels. And some of them are not identified as screeners, but we're using them as data points to create a clear picture of where our students are struggling in reading. As we identify them, this is a key component as the instructional teams at each site need to review data and determine why the student is struggling, which can encompass a lot of reasons for language needs, attendance needs, and then apply the instruction and intervention that should be prescribed. So this goes on to our 3rd instructional intervention. The appropriate instructional intervention prescribed can be tier 1 or tier 2, and they'll go into that a little bit more in this presentation. But for example, tier 1, small group instruction in the classroom, and tier 2 can be supports with specialists. And the last is the data review. We need to reassess individual student plans as well as our own district efforts. This cycle allows for the district to understand what is working, what is not working, the time for us to self-correct, gather feedback, and build not only stronger plans for student support, but an effective program to address literacy needs at all levels. The point person for each level will provide an overview of what this plan looks like at 3rd level, and we will begin with the elementary. Next slide.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Faust, and I am a teacher on special assignment for grades pre-K through 5 in PAUSD. I will be sharing the progress elementary has made regarding struggling readers and dyslexia. Last year, we refined the elementary struggling readers and dyslexia identification process, which was finalized by reading specialists in spring of 2020. We implemented the Shaywitz Dyslexia Screen for all kindergarten through 3rd grade students. This screener is a teacher questionnaire focusing on students' reading behaviors. Collected data determined that more than half of the kindergarten students were identified as at risk for dyslexia, determining that further developmental growth was needed for those students. All reading specialists, education specialists, and teachers on special assignment completed an intensive week-long comprehensive Orton-Gillingham training through the Institute for Multisensory Education. Currently, over 45 elementary staff members are OG trained. All elementary schools use a comprehensive progress monitoring tool to identify individualized needs of students for multisensory targeted reading interventions, including phonological awareness and phonics instruction. Each student has specific goals written with benchmarks set for achieving those goals. This year, all kindergarten through 5th grade students are using the online Lexia Core 5 reading program as a Tier 1 monitoring tool. We continue to provide professional learning opportunities for teachers focusing on Tier 1 supports for struggling readers. Last year, over 120 teachers completed a 3-week online course on struggling readers through Teachers College at Columbia University to better support students in the classroom. Just this month, all TK through 5th grade teachers and specialists attended professional learning on supporting struggling readers in small groups using multisensory strategies for small group work in both hybrid and distance learning settings. The next slide will reflect elementary's performance. As the slide shows, we will continue using the Shaywitz Dyslexia Screen for all 1st through 3rd grade students in both hybrid and distance learning in February, outside of the typical October window. Due to roster shifts, more time was needed for teachers to observe students' reading behaviors in both a virtual and in-person setting. Struggling readers who need additional support beyond Tier 1 strategies and/or Tier 2 intervention may be screened using the Pfeiffer Assessment of Reading, or FAR, screener, to identify more specific needs in phonological awareness, fluency, and comprehension. This includes students in grades 4th through 5th as well. Based on the presented data, reading specialists began the first intervention cycle using multisensory targeted instruction for 1st through 5th grade students in January of 2020. Prior to shelter in place last year, the Tier 2 monitoring data identified good success with the interventions being provided at the sites. Many had shown good progress and no longer needed Tier 2 instruction, but could return to Tier 1 monitoring. Others remained in the program in distance learning last year. This year, reading specialists resumed Tier 2 supports, both in person and virtually, for those continuing students, as shown in the data provided. We will be able to compare trends after our winter assessment window is complete next month. As we collect more information from our screeners this year, continued support and intervention can be targeted to meet the needs of all struggling readers. Now, Shirley Zhu will speak in more detail about middle school.
Thank you, Leslie. Hello, my name is Shirley Zhu. I am an academic supports TOSA, EL specialist, and induction coach for PAUSD. Thank you for the opportunity to share about our work addressing struggling readers and students with dyslexia. Our design focuses on the identification process, uniform protocols for referral, appropriate assessment tools, and the provision of Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports. Intervention recommendations target specific needs as identified through general education assessments. Next slide, please. In May of 2018, 72 5th graders were screened with Read 180. Students were selected based on reading scores following below benchmark or teacher recommendations. 42 of these students were already served through IEPs and 504s, or they planned to move out of the district the following year. A deeper data dive was initiated for the remaining 26 students. After reviewing their statewide assessment scores, FAST levels, RTI history, and conducting interviews with their 5th grade teachers, an additional 9 students were removed from the list of concern. This left 17 students entering the pilot. In 2019, we introduced the Literacy Intervention Pilot for 6th graders at JLS and Fletcher. At the same time, Green continued expanding their leveled literacy intervention pilot that started in 2018. I'll speak solely on the JLS and Fletcher pilot as it was the foundation for the forms, protocols, and processes we're currently implementing at the secondary level. In September of 2019, we met with administrators, team leads, teachers, and counselors. We shared the 17 students of concern and established referral protocols, forms, and systematic reporting procedures. Between October 2019 through February of 2020, a total of 15 students were referred, 13 6th graders, and 2 special cases from 7th and 8th grade. Students were individually assessed over a 45-minute period using general education tools to gather data on reading accuracy, fluency, and comprehension. Students of greater concern were further assessed in a second 45-minute session where we completed writing samples, phoneme manipulation activities, rapid naming tasks, and a semantic concepts assessment. Assessment scores and results were reported to teachers and counselors with individualized recommendations for Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports as needed. The table summarizes the supports provided. 2 students were assessed where only Tier 1 scaffolds were recommended. Detailed reports were given to the classroom teachers with specific instructional strategies and teaching points to improve reading accuracy and comprehension. 13 students were assessed and offered both Tier 1 and Tier 2 support. Tier 2 supports included 1 or more of the following interventions: tutor core, SABE, or a reading specialist. Next slide. Thank you. I'm excited to report that 80% of students participating in the pilot made gains. 73% improved by 1 or more letter grades. Unfortunately, we did have 3 students not make the expected gains. 2 of these students did not attend intervention regularly, and thus their grades declined. 1 student whose grade remained the same was assessed at the end of January. We started but were unable to complete the full round of Tier 2 intervention due to school closures. This year, we will expand the referral process at the secondary level. Additionally, we updated referral forms to include data points such as the CWA, UPAR, Power Up, and interim SBAC assessments. New forms and tools introduced this year were the teacher and team checklists, as well as a student self-questionnaire for dyslexia indicators as defined by the CDE's dyslexia guidelines. During remote learning, students will be offered Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports as needed through third-party tutors. We are encouraged by the results of last year's pilot, and we look forward to the continuation upon that trajectory. Now, Nicole Menashe will share with you some high school data and progress.
Thank you, Shirley. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nicole Menashe. I teach English and Focus on Success at Gunn High School and have been the literacy teacher on special assignment for the last 3 years. During this time, the high schools have been working to research the best ways to support student literacy at this level. In 2019, Gunn piloted the UPAR to all 9th through 12th graders in order to implement a universal screener. The UPAR is a literacy assessment that measures independent reading level through a silent read and comprehension, a human audio read and comprehension with emotions built into the audio, and a monotone text reader and comprehension to evaluate readiness. Based off of the data, Tier 1 supports were expanded to every student and the appropriate Tier 2 supports were provided. In addition, this process and practice of the UPAR and deep data dive was expanded to PALI this year. Next slide, please. Thank you. In addition to the UPAR in 2019, universal supports were provided to all students in the form of audio accessibility and integration, audiobooks, text-to-speech programs, and more. We began the referral process to team meetings and provided Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports. In 2020, Gunn continued the process using the UPAR to inform student literacy. So far, all 9th and 10th graders have been assessed. The 11th and 12th graders will be assessed in February. We also have introduced teacher referral forms and student questionnaires to those students who did not improve with the text reader accommodation. This year, we are still working on the data to identify students and appropriate interventions most suited for them, and are in the process of conducting additional literacy assessments to those students not meeting grade level through TC running record, dictation, and Lexia. Next slide, please. In 2019, 1,822 of our students in 9th through 12th grade were assessed with the UPAR. The chart shows the findings of those students assessing above grade level during the silent read, those meeting grade level, and those below grade level. While 90% of our students scored at grade level during their silent read, approximately 98% of our students were able to read at or above grade level using either the human audio reader and or the text reader. There were 47 students who did not improve with an accommodation, in which we have focused our efforts to provide them with the appropriate Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports. Next slide, please. This year, PALI has joined the pilot for the UPAR. Kendall Launer, the literacy TOSA at PALI, and I are working closely on this project so that we are aligned as we move forward. Like Gunn, they have already assessed their 9th and 10th graders and will be assessing their 11th and 12th graders in February. PALI has also introduced their teacher referral forms and student questionnaires. They have begun to look at the data for their 9th and 10th graders and launch the intervention process for additional literacy assessment through the same Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports that Gunn is using. PALI has also provided all of their students with continued universal supports. Thank you for your time.
PAUSD is aligning literacy at all levels rather than working in isolation. Our team, the PAUSD team, meets 7:30 every other Monday to share progress, assign tasks, set goals, and align our work. A summary and snapshot of ongoing efforts include, at the elementary level, the universal screener, grades 1 through 3, the BAS assessment is ongoing, and team and data reviews for Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction. The middle school has also developed the universal screener tools and data points through 6th to 8th grade. They do team data reviews. We're looking at additional assessments. We also are using Lexia as we align our work, and Tier 1 and Tier 2 instructions. And we're looking at all sorts of data points and how we can make changes through the bell schedule, through pull-out programs. and after-school enrichment. Both high schools have or will implement universal screeners 9th through 12th grade. Similar to the middle schools, they have team and data reviews. Those are called HST, IST, SST. They are all forms of student study teams that encompass a variety of staff to review students who may need supplemental or targeted support. The use of additional assessments and the development of Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction is vital to our comprehensive plan, and we are all working as a team to develop them. The district work is mainly on alignment and oversight. We include professional learning. We are expanding the Orton Gillingham training to key staff. We are looking at universal design learning and structured literacy approaches and multi-center strategies for all staff. Our district data review, which is our literacy team, reviews and monitoring plans for students at the district level for trends, progress, and how we can create a more robust monitoring system that follows the student from whenever they enter, whether it's K, second or third, all the way up till they graduate. We also have developed a parent and student Schoology model, and to speak more about the modules is district teacher on special assignment, Karen Logue.
Good evening. My name is Karen Logue. I'm a teacher on special assignment, as Judy said, in the Ed Services Department. And during the fall of this year, district staff created a Schoology module for students with dyslexia and their families. The module is intended to be a repository for resources, tools, and strategies for supporting students at home. And as you can see here on the slide, it includes 4 folders, the first of which is an introduction to dyslexia. And that includes resources that takes people through what dyslexia is, what some of the signs of dyslexia are. It introduces the California Dyslexia Guidelines and goes over answers to some commonly asked questions that people might have. The second folder is focused on social emotional health, and it explores the connection between dyslexia and stress and anxiety. It discusses strategies for building resilience and supporting students with dyslexia. And it also highlights some of the many strengths and success stories of people with dyslexia. The third folder is focused on assistive technology, and it introduces some of the many assistive technology tools that our district currently uses to support students with dyslexia, as well as highlighting some of the accessibility features found in Schoology. And finally, we have a folder of strategies to support student learning. And that folder includes examples of accommodations that students can use at home and also at school. It has information about effective reading and spelling instruction. It has instructional videos, graphic organizers, and many other resources. And the whole Schoology module will be going out shortly as a resource to qualifying families. Thank you.
In previous years, the district was guided by feedback from a group of educators and parents which helped in supporting the foundational work for the initiative and launched the elementary program. We did begin to launch the secondary component with pilots, screening, and monitoring, and needed time to get results and data to present to stakeholders. In November, Kathy Lawrence and I met with a few parents from the work group to gather feedback on our progress, and in December with a member of the CAC. As we align across sites and the work and plan, and we move forward, we will be reformatting and launching a parent advisory group. We'll be holding periodic meetings to solicit feedback and share data as we start to get the results back from our data dives, screening results, and intervention models. Next slide, please. Thank you. This summer presents an opportunity to create supplemental structured literacy supports for identified students and increase accessibility to struggling readers at all levels, with a focus on students who are transitioning from elementary to middle and middle to high school. The summer planning team, which sits in academic supports as well, is also leading plans to ensure that this summer students have the opportunity to have enriching literacy experience that include decoding, morphology, multisensory strategies, and structured literacy. PAUSD realizes that not all students enter at K1 and may miss the screening process. As part of PAUSD's plan, we plan to screen students when they enter PAUSD in grades that are not screened at the elementary level, thus our need to have intervention supports at all levels. Now back to Sharon Ofek.
Thank you to Judy and to everyone who presented this evening. I just want to reiterate the dedication of the team and have them have their work recognized and the progress that we're making as a district to create a system. So it is with that that I share the ongoing and evolving work in the district to create a comprehensive literacy program that incorporates supports and interventions for struggling readers. And with that, I will turn things back over to Dr. Austin. I'll stop sharing my screen as well.
Thank you to the entire team, and thank you for especially our teachers who are with us tonight and putting in the extra time. Really appreciate it. I know it's tough to sit around and wait your turn, but really appreciate not only your efforts tonight, but everything you've done to put us in this position. So, Mr. Drop, I'll put it back to you to take over the meeting.
Great, thank you. Before we get to board comments, why don't we go to the public comment? We have 2 public comment. The first member of the public is Kimberly Ang Lee, followed by Elaine Heel. Since there are only 2, you'll have 3 minutes each.
Hi, Kimberly Lee. The state released guidelines in 2017, but concrete supports and directives have lagged, putting districts like ours in a predicament to develop our own expertise and roadmap. This is complicated by a debate known as the reading wars that still persists 25 years later. Our hope is that irrespective of these hurdles, PAUSD will find a way forward. We all aspire for kids to read by 4th grade. It's a great target. But what we struggle with is how to equip teachers and their students who struggle to read. Our recent interactions with the staff prove that with an honest and mutual acknowledgement of the hurdles and consensus around our goals and timeframes, we can really do this. Let me share some thoughts on the plan elements. On assessment, universal screening in grades 1 to 3 will happen again, but the guidelines recommend screening as early as kindergarten, and we concur. We'd also like acknowledgement that a parent can request an initial evaluation at any time to determine if a child has a disability under IDEA. And the use of MTSS, such as RTI, may not be used to delay or deny a full and individual evaluation of a child suspected of having a disability. Under monitoring, it's great to see the flowcharts for elementary and secondary, but we still have concerns for any delays in identification or effective instruction. What data is being monitored? What is the duration and frequency of these cycles before minimal progress is determined? For tiered instructional support, why the repeated reference to multisensory? It's only one characteristic of the structured literacy approach proven for students with dyslexia. And advocates critique the recent state's literacy plan for failing to adequately address the importance of foundational reading skills and perpetuating a top-down model that emphasizes meaning making without acknowledging that literacy is dependent upon the primary acquisition of skills. This is a decades-long debate, but Ed Code defines educational services for students with dyslexia to mean evidence-based, multisensory, direct, explicit, structured, and sequential. And effective intervention should include instruction in phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension. So where is structured literacy in our tier 1? For professional learning, serving students with dyslexia is complex and confusing for parents and staff. We would like a dyslexia handbook. Being a different learner is challenging, but students are neurodiverse. So let's have a strengths-based approach, which is critical for neurodiverse students to thrive. And lastly, are there creative options for training before next year? We'd ask that the board keep prioritizing this work, focus on outcomes, make sure teachers know the specific techniques that get struggling students reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Elaine Heel.
Hi, I'm Elaine Heel, a parent in the district. Thanks for providing this update on the important work with respect to implementation of the state's dyslexia guidelines released in 2017. After reviewing the documents, I have some questions that fall into 4 groups: monitoring, secondary, dyslexia Schoology model, and social emotional. So first, with respect to student monitoring, what monitoring has occurred with respect to the students flagged by the screener in the fall of 2019? I saw in the slide presentation that approximately 180 students were in tier 2, 101 given the FAR screener, 15 assessed for tier 3. Are those students still in tier 2? I know Ms. Faust mentioned that some of the students had progressed, but wondering how many and what continued monitoring is done. And if we could have a little more detail on the overall monitoring of the students in each of those categories, or an update akin to a dashboard or something of that nature. Second, with respect to secondary, there's a box on the flow chart of the secondary process for tier 2 supports. However, the description of the work done in tier 2 and presentation, the description of the work done in secondary, description of secondary process is focused more on accommodations and solely on accommodations in high school. The high school discussion was focused on using UPAR to determine accommodations. UPAR is not a screening tool, but rather a tool used to identify these accommodations. What exactly is the tier 2 support in secondary? Is there room to teach tier 2 in secondary? What are the challenges with providing tier 2 supports in secondary, specifically in high school? Third, how will the district determine qualified families for the dyslexia module in Schoology? Some families of dyslexic students may not have access to that module. There's no district handbook or module open to all families to provide guidance with respect to dyslexia. Fourth, a very important part of supporting dyslexic students is social emotional support, which would include training and guidance for staff, parents, and students. The plan presented was silent on social emotional learning. It'd be great to get more information there. And again, thanks to this large team for continuing this work and providing the update tonight. And please continue to provide regular updates to the board and the community on work with regard to dyslexia and struggling readers.
Thank you. At this point, why don't we move on to board comment? Colleagues, if you have a comment on this item, please raise your hand. Ms. Ladimirak, followed by Ms. DiBrienza.
I first just wanted to give a big thank you to Ms. Ofek and Ms. Argamello and the rest of the team for this report, and also just for persevering and making progress on this plan, despite COVID sort of exploding everybody's best laid plans this year. I want to follow up on something one of the speakers said. Ms. Ang Lee talked about not getting a lot of support from the state and kind of having to make this plan up as we're by ourselves. And you all are really to be commended for that. I just want to make the comment that I would like us to make sure that we keep our focus on structured literacy and making sure that our teachers are trained in that specifically, whether it's you know, the training that was supposed to happen and then COVID sort of blew it all up, and now it's being pushed off till next year. And there was training that was provided through Teachers College, I understand, to help struggling readers. But that approach and the multisensory approach is not the same as structured literacy. And I want to make sure that we don't get diluted, that we keep our focus on making sure that our teachers get all the tools that they need to support kids who learn differently, and to really recognize how different structured literacy is from multisensory, that it's, you know, that's part of it, but it's not all of it. And just really continue our focus, push towards that, make sure our teachers get that training if it has to happen next year. And if we can find creative ways to do it earlier, great. If we can't, then just make sure that we're recognizing there are kids who may need those approaches. And so our reading specialists, our TOSAs, just support teachers in getting what they need to be able to provide structured literacy instruction in their classrooms to their kids. So those are really just the 2 points I wanted to make about training and the focus on structured literacy, with the goal of alignment, as I think was mentioned in the support in the report. we really need to come to a place where we have alignment in what our tier 1 and our tier 2 instruction and support and strategies are. But we can't get there until all the teachers have been trained and everybody's in the same place about what the tools are. So again, thank you so much to staff. Thank you for the work that you're doing, and just continue to kind of keep that focus in the direction of structured literacy and making sure that our teachers really have that in their tool set.
Ms. DiBrienza.
A little mute button there, problem there. Sorry. Thank you to all the staff who both stayed late and prepared this and are clearly working on a regular basis to continue to improve this work. I know that we are doing more than a lot of districts around us, and I know there are lots of other places that are farther along than we are. So I think it is obviously a continuum, and given COVID, it's a challenge to even keep going. But I appreciate all the work you're all doing. I participated in some of the PK5 training the day before, on the PD day, and it was great. It was fun to be listening to it and seeing what you're all dealing with now. And I think the most impressive part for me was the questions that our teachers asked, which is perhaps not surprising, but lots of specific situations, and questions, and opportunities and systems. So it was really great to eavesdrop on that training and to see a lot of the questions that the teachers asked. Just a few questions. So in middle school, the presentation we just got, it talked about 13 students being referred. And I think that's just because it's a pilot, right? Like there's not only 13 kids in middle school that need this support, right? You all just started small with a pilot program. Is that correct?
Ms. Ofek, why don't I have you facilitate this part of it?
It would help to unmute myself, I'm sure. After all these months, I should figure that out. So we did a data dive with information that came to us from elementary school teachers, 5th grade teachers in that first year. And that is the student group that we worked with in that very first year that you heard the pilot was built around. And based on those students, we ended up with the data that we shared with you this evening.
Okay, thanks. I am imagining, I think, steer me on the right path if I'm wrong. My image is that as we get really good at this, especially at elementary, there's going to be very little need for middle and high school supports like this. That there will always be someone that came to us later that didn't get diagnosed till later. But for the most part, if we really dial it in K3, this middle and high school accommodations and programs aren't going to be as necessary. Yes?
Yes, and that's actually part of the ongoing work, which is to try and figure out what we do in this interim period of time to make sure we support our students who are not part of the work happening at the elementary right now. So we have this period of time right now where we have to, find students what the reason is students are struggling for. Is it a literacy related thing, or is it something else, or whatever the case may be, that they are referred by a teacher, potentially a parent makes a comment to a teacher, a teacher goes to a guidance counselor, whatever the scenario is, those students will arrive on our radar and we will have a plan to respond to them. But as you suggest, our elementary program, as it grows and becomes more robust, will eliminate the need for that piece, not entirely, but for the most part.
Great. Okay. And I mean, I would imagine that there might still be supports needed as kids get older, right? If you have dyslexia, even if you've been remediated as you get into the higher grades, and maybe that's your 5th through 6th grade and your 8th through 9th grade, that there are probably some accommodations will always be needed, but there might also be some tier 2 supports needed later.
I think we'll figure that out. I think we'll figure out what that might mean for sure. Tier 1, and that's the emphasis on providing teachers with expanded exposure to what they can do in the classroom for everyone, and also providing universal supports. So for example, audiobooks for all kids. I mean, no need to say I need one because I have an acronym or a set of letters after my name. Anyone can have them. So these universal instructional supports.
Okay, thank you. The last question I had that I can't seem to remember what it is. Oh, I know what it is. So you all have been talking about Oregon Gillingham as the focus that we are taking. And I know there's some other programs out there, but it sounds like you all think that's probably the best way to go for those kinds of supports. I am not going to presume to know better than any of you what's OG is it, then OG is it, great. I think what's important though is that we make sure as we continue to train more of our reading specialists, TOSAs, whatnot in OG, or whatever it is you decide, that our classroom teachers are familiar with it too, just so that whatever it is students are getting, they're getting the same thing no matter who's their teacher. Right, so that which I think is sort of what Ms. Latimer touched on. But if I'm getting pulled out for some tier 2 interventions, then when I go back in my classroom, we're not talking a different language than we were talking in the interventions. So I don't know if that means training every teacher in OG. I don't know if that means that you all talked about like a 2-week thing and like a 3-day thing, and however that makes sense. I think it would just be really valuable if all of the teachers were speaking the same language.
Yes, I would agree. That's one of the hallmarks of a comprehensive system of supports.
Great. Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Collins?
Thank you. Thanks for that substantial presentation. I appreciate all the data, and clearly there's a lot of implementation work that's gone on this year, which is great to see. I do support the comments of Ms. Latimer. Did I say it right, Jesse? Latimer, thank you. And the public commenters, that I think that we still have some ways to go to make sure that we're aligned with both the state guidelines and best practices. I think we're not, some of the things I heard in the presentation seemed a little either incomplete or not fully aligned. Like for instance, the frequent use of multisensory to describe our interventions. I mean, as the state guidelines point out, even silent reading is a multisensory intervention. So, and the state guidelines specifically say effective instruction is all the things that Ms. Ang Lee listed. So, and multisensory is just one among 5 or 6 items. So, and I'm sure that's not, I'm sure that multisensory isn't the only adjective that you could attribute to the interventions, but it was a little puzzling to see that one elevated above all others, and when clearly there are other elements, particularly as you kind of try to focus on structured literacy, that multisensory is just one attribute, and not necessarily the dominant one. The more important point I wanted to add is when we do an initiative like this, I appreciate that there's a lot of data here. And this is really directed at you, Dr. Austin, because I think this applies to every initiative. We really need to see the output from the effort on the metric that we care most about. So for instance, in the presentation, it says now I flipped off the slide. We identified 480 something students as at risk. And then there was a mention along the way that, they got tier 2 interventions, and it says how many did, and many of them improved. How many? How many improved? How much did they improve? How many still needed interventions the next year? How many, and it doesn't matter. We can have any, you guys pick the assessment, you pick the metric. We can have any metric that seems right to you. But if it's not showing how students are progressing on the things that we care most about, like reading proficiency, then we haven't answered the question, how are we doing, and are we accomplishing what we set out to do? And I didn't see that here. I mean, with the one exception of the middle school pilot where I identified some changes in grades, which I think is good. I would rather see some structured assessment of literacy, since literacy is grades can go up and down for a lot of reasons, but literacy is the thing we're focused on. So I would love to see kind of how many kids got the treatment. That stuff is already there. And then how did they improve on the metric that is designed to measure what the treatment is designed to change? That would be great, not just on this initiative, but literally at every initiative we had. In this particular case, it would also be great to list how many students in the district have been diagnosed with dyslexia and to track their progress specifically. We have a whole initiative here, multi-year initiative, one of our major initiatives designed to help students who have dyslexia. And I can't tell you how many there are or if they've made any progress since we started the initiative. So I think those are two things that I'd really like to see on, future updates, because, we're doing this, it's clear we're doing an enormous amount of work, and it seems like it's good work. And it's just the question of, we had the whole plan, act, do, reflect cycle. That seems like exactly the right way to approach it. It's just we're missing the, are we getting what we want out of this, and how much are we getting, and are we actually improving over time, or is it flattening out? All those good questions that I think we can answer, but we need the data to do it. So that's my overarching comment. I do appreciate all the heavy lifting that's gone into this, especially this year. And I'm very certain we're going to make progress going forward, but I'd love to be able to see that as concretely as we know how to present it. Thank you.
Mr. Dauber, and then I think we'll go back to Ms. Ladimirak.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up Mr. Collins' comment. It would be, and I think Mr. Collins said this, but didn't actually ask for it, but it was something I was curious about is how are we doing against our own expectations? In other words, are these interventions working to the extent that you expect them to? Are you, or are we undershooting that mark or overshooting that mark? So I imagine that we're not just looking for some improvement, we're looking for some specific improvements based on what we expect and why we picked the particular approach that we did and so forth. So I'd like to see that going forward, but I'm also curious to hear the answer to the question now is this working to the extent that you expect? Or are you particularly satisfied or dissatisfied based on your expectations?
I'm going to give an initial thought and I'm going to kick it to Ms. Ofek. Number one, I think with all of our reporting, especially when we start to zero in on, we don't report on a million things. We report on some discrete number. I'd like us to get to templates so that we're not having the discussion about what should or shouldn't have been in each report. So maybe we get to a place where, I was just thinking about this over the weekend, where we pre-approve a template before we even populate it. And that's just going to help us move along. Worked on that quite a bit with our incoming deputy superintendent. He's got some experience there. And with Ms. Ofek, we talked about this over the weekend too. So I think we can expect a general improvement on just creating those templates. Just takes all the guesswork out of it. And for the actual outcomes that we're seeing versus expectations, I'll put that to Ms. Ofek to get her quick thought on that.
Yes, thank you. I will. I'm in full agreement with Dr. Austin and interest in having a template ahead of time and trying to predetermine what it is that we're actually looking for. That is generally the best way to go about a change initiative. When it comes to literacy and working on reading intervention, each of the levels was at a different place when we started looking into the work and where do we begin and how do we begin. So I think you'll see that in a bunch of different initiatives that are ongoing. And I'm in full support of that piece around a template. In terms of our expectations, I think in the middle school pilot, for sure, we uncovered some other factors that influence and impact the success of our students. So that speaks to a comprehensive system that is aligned across departments and everyone working together to accomplish our initiatives. This is just another piece of data that supports that work, which you'll hear about also, that we need to figure that out. I would say for the elementary that we have a period of time right now where the teachers are assessing students and will be able to do some type of comparison between a year ago and now, middle of the year last year, middle of the year this year. We didn't have an end of year or a beginning of year data set to look at. So I think we'll be better able to respond to your inquiry or question once we have this most current set of data that is the window is opening for administration of BAS and TC running records and analysis. I know we'll have to put some kind of caveat or lens on that helps us to look at that data in the given context of COVID and some kids being distance learners and some kids being in-person learners and all of those variables that we can't control for. But I do think we will be able to do a deeper dive into the elementary data once we have middle of the year data from our students, and then we can see that comparison piece. So I'll leave it at that and say, we have data assessments planned and collecting data right now.
Thank you. Ms. Latimirak, was that a new hand up or an old hand up?
Yeah, a new hand. I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Collins' point about metrics and outcomes. And I really agree with that. And I would like to add, if it's possible, a metric on how, for the kids that improved, right? How did they improve? Like, what were the instructions and interventions that they received? We need to recognize that we do have different approaches to reading in our district right now, between classrooms and also between schools. And so the goal, if our goal is alignment, right, then it would be good to know which of our practices are working and really having an effect with kids in the classroom. So I'm interested if it would be possible when we're looking at, report on outcomes, is it possible to sort of dive into what interventions kids received? And sort of related to that, I'm interested in other districts who are doing this work and doing it well. What's going on in their classrooms? What are the instruction and strategies that are working well? So anyway, I know that's a lot since we aren't aligned right now, but if it's possible to have some sort of some idea of what kids are receiving when it's working.
Or when it's not working. I mean, finding things that don't work
more important when it's not
worthwhile too, right?
Right, exactly. We talk about tier 1, that right now that's pretty amorphous, right? So what's being provided in tier 1 that's really, we're seeing an improvement for kids.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from board members? I don't see any other hands. Well, thank you, Ms. Ofek, and everyone who was a part of the team. I think this was a tremendous amount of work. And I certainly echo my colleagues' thanks and also the requests for next steps. I don't think there's much left to say that my colleagues haven't said. So with that, why don't we move on? But thank you very much. And let's talk about item 7B, significant disproportionality report.
Okay, just a moment. I'm going to have Ms. Ofek get us started there with our team. This is not a new topic for the district or for pretty much any school district in the state of California, but we do want to talk about how it impacts us and a little bit of our forward thinking. So Ms. Ofek.
Thank you, Dr. Austin. I'm just wait a moment until I see our literacy presenters move and our special ed directors come in, if that's all right. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and start. Thank you so much for your patience as we move through this transition from one presentation to the other. But I would like to start out by acknowledging that disproportionality and significant disproportionality are not new to Palo Alto Unified. And many of you are probably wondering why the district once again finds itself on the list of disproportionate districts. According to the State Performance Plan Technical Advisor Project, which is often known as SPP TAP, more than 900 districts in California are identified as disproportionate. That's an alarming number given that there are roughly 1,000 districts in the state. So about 90% of all districts in the state of California have some degree of disproportionality. Statistics like this immediately trigger questions of public education and the inherent structural inequities that are built into the system. The work of equity is ongoing and constant. It is not the work of any one individual, team, or site, but the work of everyone. Equity cannot be an add-on to existing work. Rather, it has to be truly embedded in the design of our systems and the driver of our actions in order to see a lasting change in outcomes for our students. While the special education department is responsible and accountable for the creation and implementation of the comprehensive coordinated early intervening services plan, actions identified in response to the root causes must be embedded into existing initiatives for maximum impact. Tonight's presentation provides context for significant disproportionality and strives to inform you of where PAUSD is in the creation of a plan in response to this finding. The work is a function of the special education and is guided by the California Department of Education in collaboration with the SPP TAP team. With that, we have Jennifer Baker and Cindy Loling Perez, our two directors of special ed, here to share some slides with you. And I'm gonna actually pull up the presentation, which I forgot to share. So sorry. Clicks. All right, can you all see that presentation? Can someone give me just a thumbs up or something? Perfect, thank you. So that was my beginning, and now we have Jennifer Baker and Cindy Loling Perez. I just want to add in one thing. Jennifer Baker is in part of our Bay Area that has had a lot of negative impacts from the wind today. So she has had on and off connectivity. She is on the phone right now, so she will be reporting from the phone.
Thank you, Ms. Sofek, and please do let me know if I'm out of pace with the visuals because I'm not able to see the slides. But as you shared, disproportionality is a common problem in our California school district. The state collects IEP data from each district and monitors it to see if districts are identifying students from any specific racial or ethnicity category at a rate substantially higher than that of their peers. So districts are noted to be disproportionate when this occurs, and the implication being that some of these students have been misidentified as having a learning disability when they do not. Next slide, please. Once a district is disproportionate for 3 consecutive years in the same indicator, the district moves into significant disproportionality. We are currently significantly disproportionate in the area of identifying Black and Hispanic students as having a learning disability. Moving into significant disproportionality suggests that there are systemic issues resulting in students being misidentified. The state requires districts in significant disproportionality to do a root cause analysis for the purpose of identifying these causes and using that data to develop a plan to resolve these issues. And Ms. Loling Perez will go over the process used to make this determination.
Next slide.
Good evening, everybody. So the districts identified as significantly disproportionate engaged in a process for systems change designed to provide them and their improvement team with knowledge and technical expertise to develop a thorough understanding of the problems, issues, and concerns in their schools, and what action needs to be taken to address disproportionality. The significant disproportionality comprehensive coordinated early intervening services, or what we call the CSAs, has a four-phase programmatic improvement process. Phase one involves forming a leadership team, convening a stakeholder group, engaging in technical assistance, choosing a facilitator to guide for guidance through the improvement process, and gathering relevant data. Phase two focuses on engaging in a programmatic self-assessment and data analysis process to reveal the root cause or root causes of our disproportionality, and planning for implementation of the CSAs that address the root causes identified. Phase three, the district will use the root cause analysis to review and, if warranted, revise the policies, practices, and procedures related to significant disproportionality. The root causes identified are used to inform creation of a roadmap or our plan to increase equity and decrease disproportionality. The final phase involves implementing, evaluating, and sustaining the changes initiated through the Programmatic Improvement Action Plan. Next slide. The leadership and stakeholder groups convene to analyze data, policies, procedures, and practices to determine root causes that potentially led to the districts being significantly disproportionate. It was narrowed down to three overarching root causes, which are, the first one is about the district not having a clear and consistent data-driven system to help intervene for improved student outcomes. The second root cause is a limited inclusion of explicit second language development strategies. And our third root cause is unconscious and conscious racial and linguistic biases. Dr. Baker will provide some information regarding the activities under each root cause.
So I think recognizing that we have been here before, I think the question most people will have is how do we turn what we know from the root cause analysis and from previous efforts in the same area into measurable, sustainable change? And each root cause is accompanied by activities that support addressing the root cause. So for the first root cause, the MTSS system, or just not having as comprehensive a data-driven system as we'd like to see district-wide, we recognize that right now every site has its own MTSS process, and what we're lacking is that cohesive district approach. So the activity is assembling a district MTSS team to support district-wide consistency across all sites for the purposes of addressing academic or behavioral concerns. And with the second root cause, the intersection of EL and special education, I think it's important to recognize how well our EL department is doing right now. They're doing really great work, and they redesignate students as English proficient at a rate that's higher than the state average. And what we really need to do now is look at our assessment process to make sure that the tools we're using to assess our EL students are sensitive to and appropriate for discerning between indicators of a learning disability and characteristics consistent with second language acquisition. And we need to focus our professional development on dispelling the myth that any intervention is an appropriate intervention for EL students, and align our interventions to the needs of EL students specifically. Identifying students for special education who do not have a learning disability is not an appropriate intervention. In regards to racial and linguistic bias, again, I think it's really important to recognize the great work that's already happening around equity in our district and addressing bias, and we intend to embed our work in partnership with the equity efforts in our district. We proposed a revised SST policy and intend to use the MTSS work and framework to make sure that behavioral and academic interventions reflect cultural responsiveness and include restorative practices.
Is that my slide?
Next slide.
Okay.
That's you.
Thank you. The hope is that the root causes and their supporting activities would help the district realize the measurable outcome, which is by December 2022, the risk ratio of Hispanic and African American students who are identified as needing special education services under the eligibility category of specific learning disability or SLD will decrease from 5.69 to 3 and 5.15 to 3 respectively. However, in order to understand the measurable outcome, we need to define some terms. What is risk ratio? Basically, it's a numerical comparison expressed as a ratio or decimal between the risk of a specific outcome, and in this case, identification of students under SLD or specific learning disability for a specific racial or ethnic group in a district, and the risk that the same outcome for all other children in the district. The state sets a risk ratio threshold for each indicator they review. The state has determined that the maximum risk ratio threshold for indicator 10, which is a disproportionate representation in the rate of identification of a specific disability category of a racial or ethnic group of student as compared to all other racial or ethnic group student, is 3.0. This means that students are 3 times more likely to be identified as having specific learning disability as other disabilities. Our district is found to be significantly disproportionate in indicator 10, over identification of Hispanic and African American students under SLD. The data that was submitted in 2018-2019 reported that Hispanic students ratio was 5.59, which was 2.59 over the threshold. And African American students ratio was 5.15, which was 2.15 over the threshold. This means that our district is identifying Hispanic and African American students as having specific learning disability 5 times or more likely than other disability. Therefore, the goal is to reduce the current ratio to the threshold of 3.0. Next slide. Another area of focus is the target population, which is the group of students for which the district will be providing the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services, or CSACE. The racial or ethnic group of students included in the target population must include those that district is significantly disproportionate in, which are Hispanic and African American students. The group should also include students who are at risk of being inappropriately identified based on the data analysis and factors contributing to our disproportionality. The group will provide focus to our work and helps determine whether our plan is working. We are continuing to refine this target group based upon the feedback we received from CDE. Dr. Baker will now provide an update regarding where we are currently.
I think it's best really updated as that's exactly what we're doing. We've received feedback from the state to our proposed plan, and we're currently working to revise that plan based on the feedback that we received from CDE. We were told about 90% of the plans that were submitted were returned with this kind of feedback, and Ms. Lelaine Perez and I have been reviewing it, and it looks like it will be very helpful in helping us refine the plan. So we will have that completed next month, and we're both looking forward to sharing that out with our stakeholder groups.
All right, so I believe now we are ready to conclude our presentation and have some comments and feedback from the board.
Great, thank you. We do have some comments. Let's start with, we have 5 comments, so each person will have 3 minutes to speak. Let's start with Lakeisha Phillips Marshall, followed by Sarah Woodham, followed by Kimberly Angley.
Good evening. My name is Lakeisha Phillips Marshall, and I'm an African-American parent who was selected to be part of the stakeholders group in regards to the disproportionality of Palo Alto Unified Schools District. Since joining the stakeholders group, we have met maybe 4 times so far, and the first couple of meetings seem to be glossed over with information and introductions, and we didn't really know why we were chosen for this group. Upon attending maybe the 3rd meeting, I could no longer hold my tongue. I felt like I was picked for this group because boxes needed to be checked off. You guys needed Hispanics, you needed African Americans, you needed a variety of parent representations. And when I voiced my concerns, as did other parents, once I did speak up, our concerns and questions were kind of glossed over, which was a bit discerning to us. I know that we have been in this place before, maybe about 10 years ago in 2010, and we're trying to figure out what I'm trying to figure out what my position is in regards to being in this group. We give our input, the input is submitted, and then we come and we meet again, and it's not talked about again. Finally, we were given the documents in regards to the last time Palo Alto Unified was to be found significantly disproportionate. So right now, I'm just wondering and asking the board to possibly put together a group so that the data and information that we are sending off to the state, there's a group of people who are working together to make sure that Palo Alto Unified does not wind up in this place again. It just seems like Band-Aids are being put over wounds and we're skating just to get by and making the marks, but then we don't want to be here again in another 5 to 10 years. So it's important that parents, community members, there's a plan that is put in place so that we can all come together and just figure out what Palo Alto Unified needs to do so that we are not back in this place again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Woodham, Kimberly Ang Lee, and then Naleli Gomez.
Okay. Hi, Sarah Woodham. The work of this disproportionality committee is an unfortunate, but nonetheless, potentially golden opportunity to do the right thing by all of our PAUSD students. I do appreciate being asked to serve on this committee with, all its other very highly committed parents and staff members. Up to this point, we have worked to meet what I gather to be sort of the state protocols and the state timelines. I understand that necessity. However, so far, parents have not been able to fruitfully engage to contribute to this plan. It makes one believe that, for our Black and Latinx students, that they will continue to be designated disproportionately to special ed without their core educational needs being met. And we're going to see this cycle repeat. Speaking for myself, I urged administration and the board to use this talent pool of staff and parents on the committee to create a process that can produce a plan that sets us up for success. I don't think this is it so far. We need a structure and goals that leverage the lived experiences of families who make up this significantly disproportionate demographic in the district. We need to be honest with ourselves about our repeated SPED disproportionality status. I urge us to take a step back from the literalness of what the state process is and do what actually should be called for. We recently received a copy of the district's plan stemming from the 2010 CDE disproportionality citing. And among other things, I believe that we would be well served by auditing that plan. Did we follow through on the action items that we were going to do then? How much of that is actually still applicable today? I also believe that parent input is key. and committee parents and staff should be actively collecting the experiences that we can use as a base for understanding the issues and creating a new or modified plan. I don't think that we've had that opportunity to do so. We're more likely to be able to create a sustainable path if we avoid reinventing wheels or miss crucial input for lack of output. Please, can we create a structure to this committee's work that ensures that our plan is something that we collectively agree and move forward? I also ask for the board's commitment to oversight and follow through on what is clearly a vexing barrier to education for so many of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kimberly Ang Lee, Nayeli Gomez, and then Christina Schmidt.
Hi, Kimberly Ang Lee, a participant in the stakeholder group. PAUSD Black and Hispanic students have disproportionately high rates of 504 plan and IDA identification. Here are 4 recommendations. There is often confusion over the goals and purposes of special education. Many educators view special education as a remedial program. Further, parents felt their kids would benefit from earlier intervention and others sought access to more challenging curriculum. We need a comprehensive manual to assist them in assuring that students with disabilities have access to high quality education and that students without disabilities not be placed in special education. 2, we recommend that PAUSD employ RTI for the early identification of academic difficulty and proactive provision of additional instruction. Research has clearly shown that when students struggling with reading receive early interventions, their reading improves so that they are able to meet grade level expectations. Furthermore, early identification means students don't have to experience years of failure and frustration before receiving support. This system will also help to differentiate between academic difficulties that are disability related from those that are occurring because of lack of adequate or appropriate instruction. Next, address the specific disability related needs of students to enable them to maximize their educational opportunities. Too often in schools, students receive help from a caring and interested adult who lacks the materials, strategies, or training to address students' targeted needs. Target specific skills deficits. For example, 2 students may both struggle with reading, but one student has not yet mastered their letters and sounds, while the other student struggles with comprehension. The type of targeted teaching they receive should look very different. Next, effective approaches to educating students with disabilities requires ongoing collaboration between general education and special education. As is the case with all school improvement, data should drive instructional planning and decisions. Many parents in PAUSD would welcome the opportunity to be included as partners. And would the role of central office require an adjustment away from just running special education to assisting schools in meeting their responsibilities to effectively educate all students and effectively intervene when necessary to assure the rights of these children to appropriate education are maintained? Surveys confirm that many educators in PAUSD were deeply interested in learning more about how they could better support students' academic and behavioral needs within their classrooms. I have just read quotations from the 2016 Review of Special Education, a report by Thomas Fahere. PAUSD needs to change, to act, and to follow through. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Nayeli Gomez, followed by Christina Schmidt. Actually, we'll take Ms. Schmidt's comment first. Ms. Gomez, I believe you're calling in and the number isn't on the comment card. So if you could raise your hand in Zoom while Ms. Schmidt is talking, we'll be able to figure out which of these is you and allow you to unmute your microphone. So Ms. Schmidt and then Ms. Gomez.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the report, Ms. Ofek and Ms. Perez and Ms. Baker. I want to acknowledge the work of the department to meet the requirements of the CDE. However, let's not stop there. The district has struggled for years with disproportionality, as everyone has already stated. And I just want to give you a little timeline here so we remember what we've actually been through. In 2010, the district undertook a comprehensive review of root causes for disproportionality and its impact on students of color. In 2015, the Minority Achievement Talent and Development Task Force studied achievement gap A to G issues, disproportionality issues, and all root causes that impact students of color and their outcomes compared to their peers. In 2016, the Hare Report on Special Education identified categories of disabilities and the underlying reasons why our students with disabilities, including students of color, were not achieving. Interesting, in 2018, the Special Education Department took an internal review, identifying areas of need and improvement, and called out for the MTSS RTI interventions at all levels of education to support our students. Now we're in 2021. What happened over 10 years? I think we're all asking the same question. Well, consider this. Over the 10 years that we've been looking at this issue, we've also had 5 different special education leaders. And every time we onboard new personnel and administrators, the energized conversations focus on new solutions and innovations, which is very positive. But what we seem to do is reset the clock and begin again. So what happens to the work that has already proceeded and initiated? Do we need a process in place to survive personnel turnover? We can all agree that root causes have been identified by many committees, community partners, and district leaders over the course of 10 years. Now we need to have a strategic plan that we can implement with fidelity. So the ask is that the Board of Education convene a committee that oversees the implementation of all these plans that impact students of color, addressing disproportionality, achievement gap, diversity, and inclusion. We know that this exists, and we'd like to actually digest all the materials that have already come through to look at how achievement gap, disproportionality, and equity collectively impact our students. Remember, disproportionality does not live in a silo. It is part of a greater systemic issue, and we are calling that equity. So please, let's give honor to our parent stakeholders and their lived experiences and see culturally responsive pedagogy to nurture our students' cultural identity in our schools and address the equity issues for our students of color. I want to thank all of you for your work. Good night.
Thank you. We're unfortunately unable to get Ms. Gomez's phone number to raise her hand. Oh, never mind. Here we go. Mr. Moore, here we go.
Yay. Hi. Good night. I'm Nayeli Gomez. I'm one of the stakeholders this Proportionality Committee as well. And I want to share a little bit about my specific experience being a new parent in the committee. I understand the importance of this committee, and because I do, I would like it to be taken more seriously without rush. Being new means that I have to catch up with all the rest of my colleagues that are ahead, not only with district staff, but parents that have been involved in the district longer than me. I have to take a look at the numbers starting the year 2010, learn all the acronyms to not get lost in the meetings, ask tons of questions about things I don't understand or even know they existed, etc. I want to take a moment to appreciate my colleagues on the committee for checking on me from time to time and their support to solve any doubt that came with. Rushing doesn't allow us to do the work that has been done here. Getting deeper and seeing the numbers, I clearly notice that we have to pay more attention to these issues. This is not the kind of thing that we just quickly address to check off the box because it was done on time and we get back to the CDE and then move forward to the next topic. This should be something we have to work on every year in order to make sure that we don't get back to these numbers again, because we don't want to be here again. If we all do care about this disproportionality situation for real in the district, the better way to show it is by giving us the proper time to address the root causes we have identified already, do a conscious action plan, and of course, keep this committee. Thank you for your time, service, and commitment. Good night.
Thank you to our commenters and to staff. Do we have board colleagues? If you have comments, please go ahead and raise your hand now. Okay, we have Ms. DiBrienza and then Ms. Ladimirak. And then Mr.
Forgetting to
Dauber.
unmute myself. It's like we, it's like we haven't been doing this for 10 months. Thank you so much for that report. Thank you for elevating this. That's such an important thing. And I think we got in our emails a copy of the letter that was sent out about a year ago now, right? And I appreciated that. I also noted, I think that I think the 6 parents all on the committee all just raised their hands. And I was really happy that 3 of them I don't know. And I feel like we very often wind up sort of with the same people on our committees. So it was really nice to see some, well, hear some new names, not see faces yet. So I appreciate staff finding more people to bring in and help us with this problem. When I read through the letter in the first page, one of the things that stands out to me is the determination for PAUSD is that they need assistance in meeting the requirements of IDEA. And I think that you guys have, started off, you've formed your committee and involved a bunch of really good people. I believe we have engaged John Eiler and his team to help us with this work, which is really important. John Eiler is someone who did a workshop at the School Boards Association conference that Ms. Lettermerrick and Mr. Durop and I and Dr. Austin went to one of his sessions at the CSBA conference, and it was excellent. We were really excited about what he had to say. So I'm really glad he's going to be helping us with that. I am concerned that the parents are feeling like, I don't know, I heard sort of check the box or window dressing. And of course, they alone can't write this plan. But I think the intention of having a committee with all of these people is that together, the whole committee, including the expertise of parents who are currently parents that are living this experience, can contribute to it. So I know that this is the kind of committee and the kind of system that requires a lot of boxes to check, a lot of deadlines over the years, and a lot of following us. But I am really seeing this right now as an opportunity. If this is a committee that we need to have for the next 3 years, and we have the benefit of John Eiler's team and our special ed staff and parents, I am really interested in elevating this committee more. So let me do it right now. I'm going to make a motion right now to create a board committee to review and make recommendations to the board relating to the creation and implementation of a plan to address the finding of significant disproportionality. I think if we make this a board committee, we have board members on it, and we follow this, it feels like exactly the way that we can get a lot of the work done that are sort of popping up all over the district, from the 70 people that went to the latest anti-racism training, the 21-day equity challenge that we see coming up, book clubs that staff are doing, and now this work with John Eiler. It feels to me that this could really be the committee where we can centralize all of the work and get this done. And as Ms. Ofak said at the beginning, we've been here before, and a lot of districts are here over and over again. And if we're going to find a way out of it, then I think that this is where we can do some real systemic work. So that is a motion I am making, and I hope it gets a second. That's it for now. Thanks.
Okay, and now that we have a motion on the table, let's, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion seconded, made by Ms. DiBrienza, seconded by Ms. Latamirak. And there's a motion to create a board committee to review and make recommendations to the board relating to the creation and implementation of a plan to address the finding of significant disproportionality. Why don't we limit discussion on that motion for now? So keep your hand raised or raise your hand if you have any comments as to the motion. Mr. Dauber's hand is raised.
Well, in terms of Mr. Branz's motion, I am interested in hearing more about the thoughts of parents about the content of the plan and ways in which the the disproportionality committee that they've been participating in can continue to be relevant. It's quite possible that and I haven't heard about this idea before, so I'm sort of reacting in real time to the idea of a board committee. I think a board committee is not the place where work on this topic can be done. I think I expect that the work is going to be distributed among parents and mostly staff. But I do see the virtue of a board committee to oversee this work and provide a venue for more in-depth review and recommendations to the board than we can accomplish in board sessions, much like the BBAC does, you know, in the area of you know, building, or the board policy review committee does. So I can see the virtue of that. I think in terms of scoping, I'm interested in hearing more from Ms. DeBriens about where she thinks the scope of a committee like that, how that should be defined. Is this about the disproportionality specifically? Is it about, you know, our equity work generally? So I'm generally supportive of the idea of a board committee that engages in oversight in this area. I'm not sure that I'm completely on board yet with this scope and definition, Mr. Branson.
I'm happy to say that I am happy for us to talk through the scope either at this meeting or on the second, and figure that out. I don't think we're far off from each other, Mr. Dauber.
No, I doubt it. Can I just say one more thing before we go? I think it would make sense to bring this back maybe at the next meeting with some more clarity and detail around, you know, what this committee might look like, and some kind of a charge that we could consider and discuss. Make that suggestion to Mr. Branson.
Well, so I don't know if I'm jumping here by talking again. We have our study session on, is it the 1st or the 2nd of February? In a week or two, and the 2nd. And I'm wondering if we can. I mean, I'm willing to table that motion if we can come back ready to discuss scope, purpose. Then does that make sense to people? Because I know it's not fun to be surprised at something in the middle of a board meeting without hearing other, you know, pros and cons of it. But I think that this is really an opportunity for us. So I'd love to see it come back ready for discussion, that everyone has already considered it at the study session.
I think that's an appropriate and gracious suggestion.
I agree.
Okay, so just to stay on top of process for a second, we've got a motion on the table on a second, and then Ms. DeBrienza's has moved to table the motion, or is going to withdraw the motion and bring it back at the study session. Maybe that's the clue.
Yeah, can we table it, or am I just withdrawing it?
We can table it.
Okay, let's table it.
Okay, then. Okay, I suppose the vote will then be the discussion and vote will be to table the motion. Ms. Latimerek, your hand is up.
Oh, this conversation went somewhere I so didn't expect it to go, but I was gonna comment on the staff report and the parents who called in. So I will say something quickly to that. I'm so grateful to the parents who are serving on this committee, and particularly I think at least 3 parents who are maybe not new to the district, but new to kind of getting involved at district level things like this. And thank you for staying up late and calling in and talking to us. And I think that it's clear in listening to those parents who called in that, you know, I think the spirit of a stakeholder group which is to really engage stakeholders and talk through these issues. It's clear that it's at best imperfect in engaging those parents right now. And so I love the idea of figuring out how to take advantage of, we have a committee, we have parents who are excited, we have staff people already have to spend their time here working on these issues. I'm excited about sort of taking advantage of that energy and maybe using it as a way to really get at some of the systemic equity work. So I liked the idea of a committee. I'm looking forward to talking about it on the 2nd. So thank you, parents, for calling in, and thank you, staff. Thank you, Ms. Ofek, for that report and for talking about the root causes of disproportionality and how important it is to address those. I am in full support of that.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we, Dr. Austin, why don't we do just a quick roll call vote on the motion to table the motion that was proposed by Ms. DeBrienza and seconded by Ms. Latimerich to create a committee relating to disproportionality.
Okay. Start with Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Atla?
Aye.
Ms. Latimerich?
Aye.
DeBrienza?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Dauber?
Aye.
Mr. Drop?
Aye. And so this will come back at our board study session.
So
Okay.
Can I just clarify something, Mr. Darrell?
I would love that.
So it turns out table has different meanings in parliamentary nomenclature, and since we don't actually have parliamentary rules, I just want to clarify. It turns out in both the U.S. Senate and House, to table a motion permanently kills it, and I don't think that's what's intended here. So
let's not table it.
So I think what we're saying is that it interrupts it, and somehow we're going to bring it back for consideration at this future meeting.
If I can clarify, I think what we'll do is we will use the word table as it's used in board bylaw 9323, which is the board may table action if it is necessary to provide more time for study and comment, which I think I read to mean postpone action for a future date. All
okay,
right.
I like our board bylaw definition of tabling it.
You know that because you're on the board policy review committee, Shaunak. Is that why you know that?
Now, when you become president, the knowledge passes. All right.
Yeah, that's great. I think that makes most sense anyway, because knowing that once in a while things come to us when we weren't prepared for them, I don't like us to have to make decisions or even have made a decision tonight, having just thought about it. I want everyone to think about it and for us to come back together next time. So it's perfect, really. Thanks.
Thank you all. Were there any other comments outside of the motion, the table of the motion, related to this presentation that we haven't gotten to? If so, please raise your hand. And I'm just going to assume Mr. Dauber's hand is still up.
I did want to make a quick comment.
Please.
Around the goals specifically, and maybe this is a discussion that we can have either at the study session or with the board committee if that's formed. The goal of no more than 3 times the likelihood of being assessed as specific learning disability in 2022 strikes me as a long time and a not terribly ambitious goal. So I'd like to hear more about why that seems like the right set of success criteria for us. If it's important in terms of process that we have that discussion now and give feedback now, that's fine. Otherwise, we might do better to postpone it until we have the discussion that we're talking about.
Ms. Ofek, do you want to address that, or?
Sure. So we have students who are already receiving services, and we agree that 3 times the likelihood is definitely not super aspirational, but we have students who are already receiving services, and we're not about to say, oh, sorry, you don't qualify anymore, or you can't receive these services. So I think there's a whole element there to look at around how that ratio is calculated, and striving to meet the 3.0 mark by 2022 doesn't mean that we're ending the work of implementing change in our systems to make sure we have sustainability. So the goal is, the measurable outcome is a requirement in the plan. So we can add in goals around each of the root causes and the activities there. In fact, that's part of the feedback we got from the CDE. We just met with the CDE on Friday to review their feedback. If we had a longer lead time, we would have been able to include it in this information here, but we just didn't have that time.
I suggest then that maybe the agenda setting committee, since I'm on it, can do this, that we could come back to this. I personally would, and I don't think I quite parsed the goal correctly. I think it might be useful in terms of measuring progress to have a goal around future designations, of eligibility, so that we could track whether or not we're making progress, on, for whether or not we're making change with respect to, students who are not yet designated. Because obviously we'd like to see a lot less than 3x, odds ratio for those students. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I think the agenda setting committee can take that up at our next meeting.
Yeah.
All right. Any other comments, board members or student board members? All right. Thank you, staff and colleagues on this item, and members of the stakeholder members of the committee who spoke as well. The comments I found to be valuable and informed my thoughts about how such a committee that was discussed, board committee, might proceed. Okay, why don't we move on to 7C, Summer School Planning 2021.
Yeah, in the interest of time, I'm going to take that item because we definitely want to get to 7D tonight. So for 7C, our idea here is we wanted to just present some bullet point ideas that are under consideration. And just this is essentially a temperature check with the board to make sure that we're not going off into areas that you think are not going to help us move forward into the summer. Share just a little bit of thinking, and then brainstorm just for a second and see, well, as long as you want, actually, and see if there are things that you want us to explore that we have not called out. So specifically, I'm going to point to just a few things. We have made a pretty significant initial placeholder increase to the budget for summer programs, as noted earlier. Our thought is, and I believe Ms. DeBrienza mentioned this, making that additional investment only if it is in-person instruction. We have really no desire to greatly expand summer opportunities to attend more Zoom meetings. Now, that being said, if that's the only option that we have that's allowed at the time, we will still have to take care of credit recovery, and we'll serve students the best we can. But there'd be no reason to expand with the purpose of getting kids back onto campuses. So a few thoughts that we had here, just wanted to get some initial thoughts around your gut reactions. The potential to allow students to take an original credit course at the high school level. Our thinking there, if they're back in person, it can go faster and could lead to some reduced class sizes for cohorts and core subjects if we still are in some form of a reduced capacity in the fall. So whether that means the 6-foot rule is still in effect, or those things, we can reduce class size a little bit by looking at some original credit. Number 2, getting students back on campus for non-core subjects and non-credit recovery. So for an example, if we had an opportunity to have some elective type classes, our thought right now is that would be a good thing to get students back on campus. And not every student is struggling academically, but a lot of students are struggling as far as interactions. But if we put more planning into that and then later find out that the board did not have an interest, we've hurt hopes of students and wasted time and effort. So those are the kinds of things we're just doing a quick temperature check on tonight with you. Elementary, we still see as definitely a springboard into the next year, an extension of learning, still with possibilities for some really fun activities. But at this point, there are kids that barely held a pencil in a school. So it's been a while. There are high school kids that have never been a student on the campus of a high school. So our thought is to try to reintroduce them back onto the campus over the summer. So I'll stop there and we can take comments or questions from any of you. We're just going to take notes. We're not planning on doing a lot of responding right now to bring back for a future item.
Thank you, Dr. Austin. Mr. Dauber, your hand is up. Was that from before?
That's from before. I mean, I'm certainly supportive of what Dr. Austin is proposing.
Great. Okay, then Mr. Collins, you're next, then Ms. Ladimirak, and then Ms. DeBrienza.
I'm supportive of both the ideas that you mentioned. I would also urge you to explore high-dose tutoring options, both small group and individual. There's a lot of talk in a lot of places. I'm sure you've heard it, Dr. Austin, of people exploring high-dose tutoring, both for the summer and for next year, combined with individualized assessment. So you can identify, because this is different than, especially distance learning is different than a lot of other educational deficits, in that it isn't like, oh, the kid's 6 months behind, or, it's not a global thing. It could be, they didn't get this or that or the other thing. I remember last year, Ms. DeBrienza talking about, what if your 4th grader didn't get fractions? Then, they don't have fractions. So it may be that it's a split, what they, in the special ed world, they call a splinter diagnosis, and identifying that and addressing this particular deficits, as opposed to saying, do all this stuff, half of what you already know and half of what you don't. I guess the other thing is, I mean, I think this was in your general, I don't know if it was in an email I got for you or in something else you wrote, but it was the idea that we shouldn't be limited in any way by what we've done in the past. Right. This is just a different challenge and a different opportunity than our normal credit recovery, or these kids are behind summer school. And that gives, and we've got money to spend. So I think this is a very important opportunity. I'd love to see us, really get a clean sheet of paper and do whatever you think is going to be most effective.
Thank you.
Ms. Ladimirak?
Yeah, I just want to say, yes, I fully support both your ideas. What I really support is getting, any kids who want to come to summer school for whatever it is, a fun elective, a class. I want to give them the ability to do that if they want it. And that's sort of connected to a question I have, which is, we kind of mentioned, there was a mention of stakeholder input being solicited, but I don't really need you to tell me all the ways that input has been solicited thus far. I would just ask that, it feels less important to me what the board wants and more important what parents and students want. So what do they want? I would love to find out what they want, and then tailor our offerings accordingly, and maybe similar, considering how many staff. I know you surveyed staff, and I'm just wondering, making sure that our numbers are looking, we're not over promising in what we can deliver. We don't want to over promise if we don't have the staff to do it, but can we survey them and take into account if you're vaccinated, right? Like, does that change our numbers at all? So just, I would like to solicit all of that input. And then based on what kids and families want, offer it if we have the capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brienza, was your hand up?
It was. I didn't have a whole lot to add from what I said over the budget item. But I mean, I agree with exactly what you said, Dr. Austin. If students want to come and be on campus and either take credit recovery or take some elective and just reconnect with other kids, to the extent that we can offer that, I definitely want to offer that. As Ms. Latimerek said, I don't know what the interest of teachers is. Certainly students for the most part will not be vaccinated themselves since it's 16 and 18 to get the vaccine. But I assume all of our staff will be vaccinated by then, and hopefully a large majority of our population. So yeah, anything they want, if we can provide it, I would like to provide it. And at the same time, if we can't be in person, no, I do not want them on screens this summer, even if it means they're just running around at the park. I'd rather see that. And if we have the staff to support a wide variety of programs, I'm all in. Thank you.
Ms. Latimerek, is that hand up again? Okay, Mr. Lee.
I just wanted to make a quick comment that I'm happy that the summer school planning is going on. I've had a few students reach out to me asking, is summer school going to happen? What it's going to look like? All of that. So there definitely is interest from the student side. So I look forward to hearing more details in the weeks to come or in the months to come. And hopefully we can offer this opportunity. Fingers crossed it'll be in person, and hopefully the situation gets better by then.
Thank you. Dr. Austin, is that what you were looking for?
That is exactly what we needed. And it allows us now to do the surveying that we want to do without creating false hope on things that weren't going to be supported. So what I hear is go for it. So we're going to go for it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, before we get to the next item, we should probably have a motion to extend the time of the meeting so we're not rushed. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I
move we extend.
Or we can rush.
I move we extend till 11 o'clock.
Second.
Okay, motion to move to extend till 11, made by Ms. DiBrienza, seconded by Mr. Dauber. Dr. Austin.
All right, Ms. Etla.
Aye.
Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Ms. DiBrienza.
Aye, we're gonna have to talk fast.
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
Ms. Latimerek.
Aye.
Mr. Dauber.
Aye.
Mr. Drop.
Aye. Okay. 7D, potential eminent domain action by PG&E to acquire a portion of Coverly.
I'm just going to frame this up, and then Ms. Chow is going to walk us through a couple of the details. I've actually been a little surprised that this item has not received more attention because it does have implications not only for the school district, but for the future of Coverly. I can tell you that we're going to talk about this potential lease, or actually even beyond a lease, and the methods that PG&E are looking to employ with us. But we are against the proposed plans, and we think that it's important to protect the Coverly site to the extent possible. We really wanted to make the community aware of exactly what's being requested and by whom. So with that, Ms. Chow, why don't you just lead us through a couple of the particulars, and then we can have a discussion.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Austin. This item, eminent domain with PG&E, has rather abruptly risen to the forefront of our attention. So I just wanted to give a little background. PG&E contacted the district in the fall of 2019. They wanted to acquire an easement on that front portion of Coverly that runs along Middlefield Road so that they could have access to the pipeline that runs under Middlefield, down the center of Middlefield. They wanted the Coverly site because it was too costly and too inconvenient for them to have to close off a section of Middlefield Road every time that they needed to do maintenance on that pipeline or to access it for any upgrades. At that time, we said, thank you, but no, thank you. You need to find another site. Coverly is a vibrant community center. It is home to Greendale, which serves our preschool students and some of our most vulnerable students. It also serves a community daycare center, as well as a whole host of public-run programs. So PG&E did go away. We didn't hear anything from them. There was no communication, no follow-up. There was simply no response at all until October of 2020, when PG&E had sent us an overnight package stating that they were going to go forward with the easement being on the Coverly site, and that if we didn't give that site to them, they were basically going to go forward with action to take it by eminent domain. So it was clear that PG&E decided to flex their tremendous muscle as one of the largest investor-owned utilities in the state and go down this road against the district. However, they did so without providing any additional information when they came back in October as to why the site was chosen, and more specifically, why this was the only viable site that they could use. The district's stance remains the same. The district disagrees with PG&E's claim that this is the only suitable location for the easement in which they can service the gas line. The PG&E line in question runs from Milpitas, as in the city of Milpitas, all the way north to Crystal Springs. So we're talking roughly 23 miles of pipeline. When asked PG&E why the site at Coverly was chosen, the answer that they provided is, well, it's roughly at the 10 or 11 mile mark on the pipeline, which makes it about the halfway point, and that's very convenient for us. The district and the community at large is owed a more thoughtful and more comprehensive analysis than we're taking your site because it happens to fall in the middle of our pipeline. The district also objects to the valuation of the property that they intend to use for the easement. So there's specifically 3 separate easements, although they are adjoining, so together they form one large rectangle at the front of the Coverly property. When you add the square footage of those 3 easements together, it comes up to 26,794 square feet, which is 0.62 of an acre. Now, all of us either live in Palo Alto, own a home in Palo Alto, or at least are aware of the Palo Alto real estate market. And I think we could pretty much all agree that there is not a half-acre lot in Palo Alto to be had for $154,000. But to be sure, we hired a property appraiser to do an assessment of that easement that PG&E had identified, and we are anticipating that report to be coming back to us quite soon. The district also opposes PG&E's declaration that this be a permanent easement. A permanent easement would preclude any future development of the site, and it would even preclude the current plans on the table for the Coverly concept plan or the master plan that the district worked with the city of Palo Alto to develop. So when we first met with PG&E, what we did is we took that conceptual plan, the Coverly concept plan, and we overlaid it with where the PG&E wanted to put down their easement. And as it turns out, one of the buildings actually falls within the footprint of PG&E's proposed easement. So we clearly demonstrated that that wasn't going to work. The site has also very intentionally been preserved as a public use for over 70 years. So first as a public high school, and then in the last 3+ decades as a community center. There's very clear language in the lease agreement with the city about covenants against developing that site and keeping it, retaining the use for public use. So that's pretty much where the district stands on this. As was reported out earlier tonight, the district has hired eminent domain attorneys with the firm Wendell and Rosen to help the district navigate the upcoming steps in this matter, and that's brings us up to speed where we are right now.
Thank you, Ms. Chow. Colleagues, there are no public comments on this item, so why don't we move to board comments? Mr. Collins?
Thank you, Ms. Chow, and for that description of the problem. We really need to rally as a community if we want to preserve our ability to build that site the way we had hoped to, as we've hoped to for the last 25 years. That site has been carefully preserved as the last available site for a new secondary school, an additional secondary school in all of PAUSD. And if we lose the half an acre, it's going to fundamentally change the way that we look at and use the site. As Ms. Chow mentioned, the plan that came up with last year had a building squarely sitting over this where this easement would be. And in fact, it's going to cause us to basically not be able to put anything near the borders of the site, because we literally will have no control when, what, or how often PG&E decides to put whatever equipment they deem suitable onto that site and keep it there for as long as they want. So that means literally anything we care about, we won't be able to put there anymore. And to me, that is just a horrible loss to the community and to our future students. I'm distraught over the way PG&E has basically come and really put the screws to us during the pandemic, toward the end of the year, basically telling us, oh, we have no time to do anything else. This has to be done. We only have a short amount of time. And as Ms. Chow mentioned, our major qualification is that we are a parking lot on Middlefield Road. If you've ever driven up and down Middlefield Road, you know there are a lot of parking lots on Middlefield Road, and they have given us no explanation whatsoever about why our parking lot, as opposed to every other parking lot, is the one that this testing easement needs to take place on. So I feel like our students, our future students, our community is being done a real disservice. And I hope that we can fight vigorously to oppose it. And I think we're going to need support from the entire community, all of our elected officials. I think we're being told that PG&E almost never loses these eminent domain cases. And we should just worry about how much money we can get. And I think we should fight like hell. So I appreciate the staff taking the initiative on this. Komi Vishakan, who was our general counsel, has done a terrific job pushing this ahead. And I hope we continue to do so. Thank you.
Ms. DiBrienza and then Mr. Dauber.
Well, there's not a whole lot more to say after that. I want to thank staff for the work that you have all done researching this and finding resources for us. I tend to agree, mostly because, well, besides the fact that it's our property and we don't want to be giving it up, but a lot of work and a lot of community effort was put into creating a master plan for that site. And there was mean, a lot of money and a lot of time and effort. And we've got this sort of dream future for Coverly. When it happens, you know, we don't know yet, but the idea that for 15 years we won't be able to do it, especially when we don't know how enrollment's going to change, if we're going to need that as a school at some point. We know the community needs it. It's just not something that we want to give up on. I do, you know, we do definitely have to, I think we have to be careful with, you know, how, I'll leave it at that. I think, I agree. I think this is not something we want to cave on easily. And it would be really helpful if the city and all the members of our city rally along with us.
Mr. Dauber and then Ms. Latimirak.
I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. I also just want to point out to the community that this isn't just a school issue, and it's not just a parking lot. We have a, you know, Coverly is, as we all know, a really complicated puzzle, and there's no way that we're going to be able, that we could see PG&E take a part of the site and expect that not to have ramifications all through both the school and the city use of Coverly. So, you know, if we want to really have any hope of continuing with the plans that not just the district but the city has made around Coverly, you know, we need to be able to resolve this in a way that leaves the site intact. And so I really just want to point out that this is as much a city issue as a school issue. In terms of its implications for our ability to develop Coverly as a community center, not just as a school site.
Ms. Latimirak?
Yeah, I wanted to speak just to show the united front here. And also, you know, my colleagues have spoken a lot about the future proposed use, and I would just like to speak to the current use and just encourage the community. You know, if your kids go to camp at Coverly, if you take dance class, if you play sports there, if you enjoy the community center that it has been for our whole city, please express that, speak out, support us, support Coverly, and support keeping that space something that we all can enjoy now and in the future.
And I'll just echo my colleagues. You know, I think Mr. Collins hit it right on the nose. You know, the offer, the demand for a permanent injunction in this space, which is not just a parking lot, it is an integral part of what Coverly could be and what the community intends it to be. You know, that demand for permanent testing injunction is, it's really an affront to the hard work that the community's done, the hard work that the city and the district have done as memorialized in the lease contract to maintain this space for future use for our students and for our community members. This is truly one of those issues that transcends just a district issue. I mean, it is a community issue on all fronts. And so I also implore members of the community, our elected officials, you know, this is a treasured, valued Palo Alto space, and we need to make sure it remains as such and it doesn't become what PG&E would have it become. So thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Ms. Chow, for presenting that to us. All right, we're moving on to information items. We've got board members previously submitted which information items they would like to speak on. And so we'll start with the 8A, which is the A through G update. Actually, I'm sorry. We have public comment on the information items, and since we generally address them sort of as a block, why don't we take the public comment first? Those commenters have been waiting all night. So then we will start with one first name, Jana, followed by David Cohen, PAEA Vice President, both speaking on 8G COVID-19 data update.
Mr. Durap, I believe first name Jana has left the meeting.
Okay, then Mr. Cohen, you're up.
Good evening. This is David Cohen, English teacher at Pali and Vice President of PAEA, speaking at the moment on behalf of the PAEA Executive Board on the topic of COVID data collection and reporting in the district. We do have some concerns that largely come from what we hear from members and teachers district-wide. We have a concern that the COVID data is generally under. We hear about colleagues and students who have tested positive at specific sites and then don't see numbers changing on the dashboard. We don't know exactly why this is. One possibility could be that, one that we're aware of that we think is having some impact is that the district doesn't report positive cases in the school community if the individual who tests positive wasn't on campus within 48 hours of the COVID test. And it is not our understanding or belief that COVID incubation and contagion operates on that short 48-hour time frame. And so we think that could be one issue that might be examined to improve the data reporting. It is also positive that some positives aren't being properly reported to the district. We don't know for sure. We're just trying to put some ideas out here. And we are also, it's our understanding that many individuals are treated as presumed positive due to household exposure. And from a data standpoint, we have no idea if these are counted, where they're counted, if they're counted at all within the county or within the school district. And then finally, we're concerned that the data may have some limit in its usefulness since there are so many asymptomatic transmissions and infections. So overall, we just would like to ask that trustees and community members bear in mind that the COVID data may have flaws that make them less than entirely reliable for guidance in risk assessment and decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dauber, is that a new hand up or an old hand up?
That is an old hand. An old hand.
Bad joke. All right, let's start with Ms. Latimerek, you had a comment, and board members, you know, this isn't to constrain anybody. If you have a comment that you just think of as we're going, just raise your hand and we'll obviously call on you to speak. Ms. Latimerek, this is on item 8A, grad A through G update.
I just wanted to make one point about this report. You know, clearly the report shows there's a gap between the percentage of students graduating versus meeting A through G requirements. This gap exists for historically underperforming groups like Black students, Latino students, SED students, and students with disabilities. And, you know, this is not a surprise. We've all been seeing data like this for so long. And there's so many different data points that look like this that it's sort of easy to become numb to it and almost dismissive, like, yes, we have an opportunity gap problem, we need to fix it. But I really think it's important to look closely at the data and see what the story is telling us. And the story that I wanted to make sure, I guess, that we're all hearing with this report is the gaps that I just described between graduation rates and the A through G requirements. Those also exist at the county and state level for those historically underperforming groups, as the staff report shows. The staff report also shows that at the county and state level, those gaps also exist for white and Asian students. And what's different about PAUSD is that we have closed those gaps almost entirely for white and Asian students. And I think the most striking example, which really drives home this point, is if we compare white and African-American students. So with African-American students, the county gap between graduation rates and the A through G requirements is about 30%, and the state gap is about 36%, and PAUSD's gap is about 33%. So, you know, our overall percentages are higher for African-American students graduating and meeting A through G requirements, but our gap between those two measurements is pretty consistent with the state and county gaps. Now with white students, the county gap is about 13%, and the state gap's about 30%. And our gap is closed, and it's actually about 0.2% higher, our A through G requirements than graduation rates. So to me, there's this discrepancy in the closing of the gaps that's a real red flag, and I think should give us all pause and cause us to reflect on, you know, what this specific measure of academic achievement is telling us. Why is what we're doing working for white and Asian students and not for these other groups? So that's just the point that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. 8C, Equity Impact Report, Ms. DeBrienza, then Ms. Ladomira.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank Ms. Conaway and staff for this report. There's so much good here. First of all, I am thrilled that almost every email I get now comes translated in several languages into my inbox. That is just so significant, and not only helps families engage, but it sends the message that we want to engage with them, which is not insignificant. You may have all, fellow board members, gotten in your inbox this afternoon an email from the Latino Parents Network thanking us profusely for these the Latinx series that is referenced in here, and what a help it's been, and how informative it's been, and how popular it is. That's fantastic. And if we continue to do those things and grow them in other languages and in other ways that we need to connect, I think is great. So I'm really happy to see that. I love that in each of these you have some goals and measures and anticipated outcomes. That's the kind of thing I think we've all been trying to work towards for a long time, and it's really good to see sort of what you expect. So when we come back and look at this, we'll know if you made it there. And I just want to make a note about the 21-day equity event. I'm so excited for this. I'm really grateful to staff for all the work you've done putting it together for us. I'm grateful to the city for jumping on board through the Human Relations Commission. Do we have a plan? I don't know if Ms. Conaway is here right now. She is. Hello, Ms. Conaway. Do we have a plan for getting the word out and cutting through the noise of all the emails we send and everything else? Is there a way that, like, most people in Palo Alto are going to know we're doing this and have a way to participate?
Absolutely. Already we have sent out mass emails to our staff. So every staff member at this particular point should know about the challenge. We are partnering with other folks like YCS and the city to get information out through their particular avenues. And we also have a connection, hopefully, to get a press release to the paper so we can get it out through, through that avenue. So we're exploring every possible opportunity. However, we are counting on folks who know about it to share with someone else. So we're encouraging folks to post it on their social media platform and to make sure they hashtag us so that we can get other people linked in as well.
Great. I think one of the things I really like about it is that it's a 21-day event, right? I mean, I think we very often, not just the district, but I think anyone who's working on the challenging issues of race and bias, you do a one-off and it impacts people and then they get back to their life, right? So this whole habit forming thing of us spending really the month of February really engaging in this work in little bits every single day, I think is way more impactful than just a one dose. And hopefully we'll start some new habits and get some conversations going that really have to happen in Palo Alto.
Great.
Thank you.
Ms. Ladomira and then Mr. Dauber.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly speak about the 21-day racial equity challenge also, and just to express my gratitude and my support to Ms. Conaway for just really the leadership that you've showed in getting this going and partnering with the city. This is so great. I mean, we talk a lot about how our kids, they go to school with us, but they're living in Palo Alto, and that we really need to be partners with creating the community that they're growing up in. And so this is such a great initiative for that. So thank you. And I also think there's really no stronger way to really celebrate and honor the history and contributions of African Americans in our country than by sort of having the courage and the willingness to examine all the work that still needs to be done around dismantling systemic racism and inequity. So thank you for this. Thank you for information about publicizing it. That was one of my questions. And just if anyone is still on this meeting and listening, just can you briefly, is there like a website or something how they can get involved or check their emails or what?
We'll be sending out information with a brand new curated website by our very own Emily Garrison. So we're building a whole new website from scratch that folks will get. We also have a registration URL out already, and that's gone out quite quickly. I can't pop it off right off of my head at the moment, but we'll definitely make sure that we explore every avenue to get the information out. So just encourage everybody to put us on blast on social media. You'll never hear me say that again, by the way.
I'm writing that down. Put us on blast.
Mr. Dauber.
Thanks very much for this report and for the work. You probably won't be surprised to hear me say this, Ms. Conway, but I would still like to get some clear evidence about the impact of the Family Engagement Specialists program on academic performance. I can definitely see that it has lots of positive impacts for the families involved, but I'm still weighing this program against other uses of the resources that we have and wondering whether it's the highest, best use of our dollars. For example, we had a discussion a meeting or two ago about the impact of absenteeism on performance, and we saw a lot of disproportionality in absenteeism. A great mechanism that I could see is using this program to affect absenteeism and therefore having a pretty direct impact on school performance, for example. So I definitely see all the virtues, but I'm still not seeing the direct connection to academic performance.
Absolutely. And that's a good question. I want to add this because Miguel and I have really been talking about this in terms of making sure that we're honing in the supports from the team. We have a small team and it's going to require some real planning to make sure that we can impact all of those students who really need us. So there's definitely some work that needs to be done there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. 8G, COVID-19 update. Ms. DiBrienza.
Thanks. I'm hoping that Dr. Austin or someone on staff can just speak quickly to pretty much what Mr. Cohen asked. I've had a lot of families wondering, well, I'm at an elementary school, I'm in hybrid, and we know a family that is positive, and yet the dashboard says 0 this week. So can you or can someone really explain to us in the community what goes on there and what doesn't go on there? And if there is a positive case, but it doesn't go on there because they haven't been there in 48 hours or 72 hours, is there some other way we can signify that, or at least knowing exactly what goes on there so people know they can trust it?
You take that. What we can do is we'll put in the update again, and it's been out a couple times, exactly what the procedures are. It's very clear, and we have some good visuals on it. I think the temptation is to make up our own rules as we go along about what people want to see. And I'll tell you, fighting rumors is always a challenge. There is no rumor mill faster than COVID. We follow the rules about posting and reporting to the letter. And I can tell you there is no underreporting held up against the criteria that we're given. I see and I'm notified about every call that comes in. I also get an update about the letters that go out to families and things that you hear about cases with positive cases where people have not been on campus for a number of days. That's accurate. And that's exactly what the rules dictate that we measure and report. So I'll make sure on this Friday's update, we get that out to everybody. Again, absent that, I mean, it's hard to comment about rumors. Right? But
yeah, I don't want us to, I mean, for 10 months, we've been going with the guidance. I don't want to vary from the guidance. But just, I think at this point, people are, they don't understand why, hey, I know someone is positive. Why does it say there are no cases? So yeah, I think restating the guide, we've hit them with a lot of information over the past 10 months. So a reminder of what qualifies, I think it would be helpful.
Sure.
Thanks.
Great.
Oh, wait, one more thing. Sorry. Vaccinations. Dr. Austin, you said that educators are ranked in 1B, right? And so hopefully that will be coming soon. And I believe you told me, but I want to clarify that the county doesn't seem to plan to be prioritizing those currently working in person from every other educator out there. Did you say earlier in the night we may be a site for administering vaccines?
Saying that we're going to volunteer to be a site. And so as another local district, I'll let them speak for themselves, but we just think it makes sense. But as far as prioritizing who's in person as a county, they're not going to do that for a few reasons. One of which is that there are only 2 districts open.
Yeah.
So, and there are areas in districts that are in hotspot communities, which we are not. So there are a lot of unanswered questions, and I think once this is globally, once teachers are vaccinated, I think there'll be some increased desire for people to be back. So it's be interesting to see how that plays out as well. So
yeah, I agree. That's true.
Getting everyone taken care of.
I appreciate that we are volunteering as a site. I think that's great. And I don't know if we have any control over it or if the county manages it and we're just the site, but I would love to see us, open up the signups a day early for anyone who's in person or something, if we do have that flexibility. So just put that one on the back burner. Thanks.
Yes.
Okay. Last check, Mr. Dauber, did you have a comment on this one?
Do not, sorry, I keep forgetting to lower my hand.
No problem. All right, moving on to board operations. Board members? Okay, no board operations. Well, then we are at an end. This meeting of the Board of Education is adjourned.
Thanks.
Mr. Collins? Oh, that was a bye.